Committee of the Whole is called back to order. Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Sorry, am I closing on this?
Last we took a recess. I think Senator Joe got his answers, his questions answered. So we were Senator Joe, unless anybody else wants to speak. Senator Montanani, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to speak on the reasons why the senator had introduced this particular amendment, I think we all recognize that there are some serious deficiencies and needs for the Division of Environmental Health. She had mentioned a public hearing that occurred earlier this year, and I actually was the one who asked the question to the Division of Environmental Health as to whether they were in a state of emergency, and they said yes, they were. And so just to give my colleagues an idea of what's happening, and this was from their June oversight hearing with Public Health, the status of inspections of health-regulated establishments as of March 2026, not inspected in the last 5 or more years, 67% food processors. Not inspected in the last 5 or more years, 65% cosmetology establishments. Not inspected in the last 5 years or more, 63% of swimming pools, 59% of laundromats. And not inspected in the last 5 or more years, 59% eating and drinking establishments. So imagine that you're going to a restaurant and the likelihood of it not being inspected is extremely high. In addition, one of the other things that Public Health, the Division of Environmental Health, had testified before the committee was that ideally 17 inspectors and 3 supervisors are needed to fully implement risk-based inspections of regulated establishments. There are 17 inspectors and 3 supervisors. That's the breakdown. What they did say is that they are only 3, I believe, are able to actually do inspections, and the remaining employees, they can't because they need training, and some are leaving. So this amendment, it does support training and workforce capacity that's needed at the Division of Environmental Health. So I support this amendment. I think we were going over just the percentages, and I hope that the author is still willing to amend this amendment, and we'll see how it goes from there. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Lujan, you're recognized.
Actually, point of information, Mr. Chair. You know, the reason why, of course, tax collection is so low is because customs can't collect, Mr. Chair. And that is why, you know, we have been diligently working with CQA to implement the Asakuda system, which, according, again, to OPA, will bring in anywhere between 50 to 100 million, you know, in uncollected revenue there. I personally think that we should wait until we collect the money. But if the author, you know, wants to start spending before the collection, I'm just saying it's going to take a little bit, you know, to do. That's why we're giving them the mechanism to make sure the mechanism is in place. There are people who have to be trained. We need to know where to house their main drive, because it cannot be housed. Take for example, Palau, they house it in Fiji. We can't. It's got to be a U.S. district that we house the server. So those things have to be in place before we start collecting. Yes, there's a leakage. In full implementation, we're going to be collecting. But again, to say this is the amount, I don't think we're probably not going to realize it maybe after 9 months at this point. People have to be trained. So I'm not opposed to the amendment. I'm just saying we're, we're saying this is what we're going to collect, the percentage, prior to even collecting that. And that's why, again, we've been working diligently. And of course, the Escuda system, we finally voted on it. So now that's going to be in place. So now we've got to get all the equipment to be able to have them, and then their people trained. So it's going to take a little bit. Hopefully, we'll get it within 9 months that we get it in place. But again, we're spending money that we don't have at this point. So I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying this money is not there yet. It's not been realized yet as we speak, and it's not going to be there in the next quarter or the quarter after that, Mr. Chair. That's my only point of information that I want to put out, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lujan. Ranking Member Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, apologies for my tardiness, but before we broke, I did have a concern regarding the amendment as it relates to Section 28112, and it's saying continuing appropriation. The first question I wanted to ask is this appropriation for the 20% to be appropriated to Department of Public Health? Has this appropriation already been done in the past?
Does the author yield?
Yes, I yield to the question. So to my knowledge, no, it has not. And I'm willing to change the percentage, by the way.
Thank you. That's number one. And number two is, if I'm not mistaken, because of the use tax, I know OB's not up there, but if I'm not mistaken, I know that based on statute, on the use tax as it relates to the whole total on the 100%, it's divided right now into 3 different areas within the government of Guam. And if I'm not mistaken, 20% goes to Customs and Quarantine, 20% goes to, I think, Environmental Protection Agency, and then 20% goes to DPW. So my question that I was going to ask was, if that is 20 to each of those different agencies, then we would have 40% left. So I wanted to ask, if it was a continuing appropriation, where did the 40% go to? So maybe, I know you cannot yield, so if anybody here knows the answer, because I think it would go, for me personally, based on recollection, I think it would go back to the general fund for distribution within all the government of Guam agencies. So Mr. Chair, maybe if OB can come in and maybe just get a clarification on that, just so that I have a better understanding of how the use tax is being appropriated or utilized, if we are going to look at this continuing appropriation. Again, I want to give public health all the necessary resources it needs to make sure that it's in order, and even the other entities that need the resources. But I want to make sure that we're not, how would you say it, double dipping into the same pot of money. So maybe a moment's recess so that we can at least have OB what the 40% is used for.
We are in recess. We'll bring OFB in. Committee of the Whole is back in order. Senators, as the request of ranking member, we're going to have OFB go over the...
Did you want me to repeat, sir? Or?
They know the question.
Okay,
They are
thank
going
you.
to enumerate where use tax is distributed to.
Thank you.
OFB, you're recognized.
If I can repeat what I'm being asked is that the body wants to know what happens to the remaining part of the 40% of the use tax that currently is not obligated. The 40% of the use tax is incorporated as the bottom line into the total general fund revenues, which is available for appropriation every fiscal year.
So, Mr. Guerrero, as you say that, so the 20% goes to Customs and Quarantine, another 20% goes to EPA, another 20% goes to DPW, and the remaining 40% gets, as simply put, back into the general fund for appropriations, which is set in the breakdown of what the oversight chair on OAB has presented in this version of the bill, right? That funding source goes back into the general fund for appropriations by this body.
That's correct, Senator.
So my take is if the appropriations are already in there and has been divvied up by all the different programs and agencies, what do we have left?
If this provision should be passed and the way the provision is written, I'm assuming that the intent of the provision is to implement the 20% allocation in this fiscal year. That 40% right now is actually already spoken for as part of the appropriation in the 27 budget. It's already been allocated.
Right. So my take is this amendment going to add to I guess an overage of what has already been allocated?
Can I, point of information? I have information regarding that question.
No, I don't.
So, yeah, basically, if you look at the second page of the amendment, it's a delayed enactment. So it doesn't affect what's been appropriated thus far. So it's going to be, delayed enactment means it would be the 28 budget cycle.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
And the other information I would like to add is that GIPA, perhaps until this budget cycle, had never tapped into the general fund because they were funded by the federal government. So although it states it in the books, they never received, I mean, up until maybe for many years now, maybe until, I guess, before they were funded locally, and that was like many decades ago, but during a period of time, a long period of time, they were funded federally. And so they did not receive this type of funding. And so I just wanted to add that information because the assumption is that GIPA was getting general fund when in fact they were not prior to this budget cycle. So even though it's in the books, doesn't necessarily mean that they got the funding. And same thing goes with Department of Public Works. I guess the question is, you know, did they actually get funding from the use tax? I don't know if that's, I haven't been following that, or even Customs for that matter, whether they were getting use tax. So just because it's in the books doesn't mean it's implemented.
Okay.
Mr. Guerrero, based on that answer, then I'm even more concerned or maybe even confused about the allocation on the appropriations, and maybe ask then what is in based on the resources collected, then what is in the pot right now if it hasn't been appropriated or distributed in the last since its inception?
Senator, yes, Senator Perez pointed out that the effective date of this provision wouldn't take effect until next fiscal year. and October 1st of 2027. So basically, the 40% that's still part of the use tax for the FY27 budget has already been allocated throughout the, we can say throughout the government, because there's no specific amount that went to anywhere other than what was appropriated in the bill. You know, I was looking also at this law, and it seems this law seems to want to pattern this particular legislation to the previous three, and I'm assuming it's trying to mimic basically what was passed before for the other three agencies. The only difference between this one and the existing law is that the other laws, provisions, cited the previous year. It didn't cite the current year. It cited the previous year's revenue collection, which now should be allocated 20% to the various agencies. So that was the only difference between that one and this provision, but everything else seems to be the same.
Can I provide a point of information on that? Yeah, the reason for that is because this use tax has fluctuated quite a bit. And so it was more feasible to just address the current fiscal year versus trying to figure out if last year is going to match this year's. And so it's an improvement upon the language.
Yeah, I just think for the purposes of this discussion, let's just keep everything germane. The facts are that the distribution is currently the 20-20-20. The rest of it goes to general fund for appropriation. So let's be clear that what we would be doing in this situation would be removing the 40% that generally goes in to the general fund for appropriation, correct, Steve?
Yes.
Only 20% right now.
No, well, you
But,
got
without
another
an
amendment afterwards for another 20%, so that would be 100% of all of the use tax. And
Yeah, I
can
intend
give
to
you,
provide.
Yeah, I can give you a figure right now for the body. Currently, use tax, from what I understand, is at 8.529 million. So that means that probably 40% of that is about maybe $3.9 to $4 million right now. It's currently for general fund.
Mr. Chair, it
Yes.
says 20%, not 40.
I know, but you have another amendment afterwards for another 20%.
And I'm willing to,
Yeah, I understand
change
that,
the
but I'm
percentage.
just putting it on the table that that's what we're staring at, is that potentially 40% that generally is available for general fund appropriation would evaporate if we pass these two amendments.
What is the 20% you're reading?
The 20% right now is in the current amendment that we're dealing with is for DPHSS, and then if we go to the next
No,
amendment
what's the amount?
afterwards.
What's the amount of the 20%?
So 20% right now, just do a quick 8.5 million. So 20% would be probably 1.7,
but
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, I have
1.7.
the floor.
yeah.
Don't I have the floor, sir?
You do have the floor, ma'am. But your questions asked and answered. I mean, it's really for the
I'm
debate on the
trying
floor
to
now.
be
Yeah.
very respectful here, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
You have the
And
floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. And I just want to note for the record, I guess, I think what really struck me was the word continuing appropriation and knowing that the appropriation hasn't been made yet. So I don't know if systematically that this continuing appropriation would be in order, number one, and number two, like I said, I support the intent of giving the resources to public health and the other agencies. I was under the impression you take from one, you have to take from another in order to I guess, work the washout.
Yeah.
And
Thank you, Senator. So I ruled these, like others, debatable simply because they are in this chapter and they're not appropriations that are appropriated yet. So this is a policy call and administrative provisions, and so the will of the body, being consistent as I am and having legal ruling, that's where we're debating this. Yes, Senator St. Augustine, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, as our colleagues have mentioned about the word continuing appropriation, I have a copy of the law. Continuing appropriation talks about previous years. So, you know, this amendment is for future. I have no objection to the 20%. Take it. You're going to do it in 28 budget. Not today, not tomorrow, but next month, next year. What my concern is that has happened before already. When somebody was supposed to get it, didn't get it, they started coming up to the legislature saying, hey, you owe us for the years we didn't get it. That's what I worry about. And I'm very concerned because how many years, I don't know if OB will know the numbers, how many years did EPA did not get it? Never mind that they had federal money. The point is they were supposed to get. How many years has gone by? Because when you consider 8.5, it comes down to 1.7, okay? So, and you gotta look at every year, going backwards. And whatever the calculation comes up to, if that agency wants, unless we can get a commitment, they're not gonna ask for like, hey, you owe us? No, Napara. You've been funded by the federal government. You've been standing alone, even though Guam's not that clean. But if they can commit to, they're not going to ask for any recovery because they never got it, then it's easier. Because then next year, whoever happens to be in the majority and handling the business of appropriation will be able to know that. And whoever's an OB will be able to know that. That 1.7 as of today, because we got to use the previous year. That's how the continual appropriation works. It's previous years, not what it's going to be. So next year it will probably be 1.7. And if it's 1.7, then sounds so little. 1.7 will be spread across the general appropriation. All that just go to one agency sometimes. And at the same token, I know maybe the author of the amendment can tell us what impact is 1.7 to public health, because I'm almost sure it's almost considered peanuts to them. Maybe the author will yield to that question.
Yeah, but I can also add, if I can add a point of information. So one of the reasons why this part of law was not exercised is because it's a contingent upon the agency submitting a detailed budget. And so when I brought this up to Guam EPA, they didn't present a budget, and so they never got this money. So it's partly their responsibility to do that. In regards to the 1.7, so right now DEH overall is appropriated about 3.1 million, and so that's for 30. That would fund 35 personnel. They believe that they need, according to one of the testimonies, in order to fulfill all their mandates. And you know, my good colleague mentioned all the sites that haven't been inspected. You know, from swimming pools and other establishments. So they are critical to ensuring schools are open on time. And you know, they have to prioritize. So because they have so many areas to inspect, they can't inspect it all in a year, and so they have to prioritize to dedicate it to the most vulnerable populations, which are our youth and the elderly population. And so currently they're getting 3.1 million in the budget. 1.7 would supplement that. Again, the question is whether that would be able to fulfill all the responsibilities. You know, I think that's not enough. If they are seeking 100 personnel, they feel that 100 personnel is what's needed. They don't even have, I mean, I think they only have under 10 right now.
Thank you. I think the body has enough information to deliberate the amendment.
Point of information,
So,
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, point of information, I thought it was the same as a point of inquiry where you're supposed to ask questions. I'm getting confused,
yeah.
but
I think what I'll do is I'll request for information from you. Can you provide some information to us, please?
Okay. No, I actually had a point of inquiry, point of
thank you.
information.
Great. Okay.
For the author, if she
Okay,
would
thank you.
yield.
Sure.
This point of inquiry is just based on what the previous speaker mentioned in regards to what continuing appropriation actually means from a prior year, right? And the author was saying this is something going forward, that it's new. So if you could kind of explain the rationale and the logic behind using continuing appropriation when the previous speaker said it's not a continuing appropriation.
Yeah, actually, we can handle
You
that
can
up
kind
here.
of, okay.
So
Someone can
a
kind of
continuing
explain it.
appropriation, particularly from a special fund, it's spoken for like that because it will be collected and then it will be appropriated, meaning, and OFB can correct me if I'm wrong, but we discussed this. So it's enumerated, it's collected, and then it's appropriated because it's already allocated for that area. Now, like what the senator was saying, if, say, for example, GIPA didn't put in a spend plan for that appropriation that's supposed to go to them, then it probably just stayed in the general fund. But other than that, it's assigned to them, which means it's collected and then it's appropriated. Doesn't really require an appropriation. If you want to add to that, Steve.
I think just reading the law, when it says the sum of base of 20% of the use tax in the previous fiscal year shall be appropriated to, for example, custom and quarantine. So what it's saying basically is similar to that of the way we treat the BBT and the pharmaceutical fund. Since there is statute in the law that already identifies an X percentage of a fund that would be automatically appropriated the next fiscal year, I think that's where maybe the confusion of continuing comes in. It's really not continuing. It's just that every year, because of the statute says that 20% of that fund revenue shall be appropriated. That's, I think, what they mean, what the provision is saying by continuous, but it's not continuous every year. It says every year it shall be appropriate, 20% shall be appropriated from the fund. And like the Senator said, whatever the fund collects, that total amount will represent the total amount to be distributed right now based on the law to the three agencies, which gets 20% each.
So
Right.
in your read of this amendment, is this a continuing appropriation or is this a
It-
new appropriation?
It would be an allocation now of the additional 40% that's left to be appropriated because there's 40%. Well, there's two amendments here. Okay, I'll talk about the one, but another one is going to come up that is also going to. So 100% of this will now be continually appropriated as proposed in these two amendments. 20% to public health, 20% to education as represented by two amendments that are being proffered, okay? So in other words, now 100% of the fund use tax will be appropriated to specific areas on a continuous basis, and there will now no longer be general fund 40% that was normally going to general fund for appropriation. That's what's going to happen here if we do these two amendments. We basically will do a continuing appropriation for 100%. Now, I know there's been questions on the floor of, wait a minute, continuing appropriation was not allowed for agencies. That's different, because that means the agencies fixed costs and they lapsed $1 million. That continuing appropriation is not like a special fund. That's an appropriation outright from the budget. This continuing appropriation is because this collects revenue, and at the end of the year, you're starting a new fiscal year, you appropriate the revenue that was collected. Similar to the TAF, really. That's why when we lowered the TAF this year, it's because it wasn't tracking. The TAF's accumulating this amount of money, it's collected, we appropriate it.
Right, but this is also based on revenues that we are expected to generate from the implementation of ASCUDA, which is not yet online.
That's why Senator Lujan was expressing, well, not opposed necessarily to the idea, but we're really anticipating, we don't know what that's going to look like when ASCUDA actually becomes effectuated.
Thank you for the clarification, because I was kind of wondering about this, because I did have, as you mentioned earlier, I did have an amendment with the language of continuing appropriation to help the charter schools, but but it was ruled out of order. So.
Yeah, I understand. But that's why it's different, because this is a special fund. Okay, we are now back to the amendment. Yes.
Can I
Yes,
continue?
You still have,
I still
you
got
still
two.
have time. Go
Thank
ahead
you,
and
Mr.
finish
Chairman.
your, yes.
Then, with all this conversation going on, then the title's wrong. Continuing appropriation, no. It needs to be appropriated for FY28 so that they'll fall in line with section, I got a copy of the law, okay? Section 28,111 of chapter 26, Guam Code Annotated, chapter 11, chapter 28. And the reason why I'm saying that, so that it's to appropriate in 28 and then fall in the category of section 2811, that they'll fall under continuous appropriation. So when the next fiscal year starts, it's automatically there. It becomes annotated in the law, and when the next OFB comes on board and the next chair comes in, he already knows now that it's not just 20% for CQA or DPW or EPA, but it will add the 20% to public health. Then the title's wrong. No, it's not. It's an appropriation for FY28 and fall in the category of Chapter 28, Title 11, Guam Code Annotated, and to read as follows under the continuing appropriation, so that they really know it's going to be steady. But I still need an assurance that the body's not going to get a letter saying, hey, you owe us for whatever number of years. Because right now we don't have money to give anything out. So it's just a matter of something to assure us, because just because they never got it before doesn't mean they're not going to demand for it today.
Yeah, that would be reconciliation within the executive branch. But aside from that, we're still on the amendment. Let's stay on the amendment. Do you have an amendment to the amendment?
No, I'm just saying it's
Okay.
it's out of order. So it's up to you now and the author to fix it. It's not my amendment. Thank you.
Okay, we are now on the amendment. Folks, let's stay focused here. On the amendment, anyone who has not spoken would like to speak on the amendment. Senator Talal, you recognize.
I think it's a good amendment. It's going to put what right now is not allocated in use tax towards a very specific purpose. As you said earlier, Mr. Chair, it's about 1.7 million right now. Hopefully more if the collections and other things that Customs is working on comes through, it will increase. So that's only good. And so for right now, and the logic for why we're putting it to Department of Environmental Health, who is responsible for all the inspections, and this is going specifically for inspections. They made a presentation one time that was almost comical because it was so serious. It was like they have so few inspectors, and so the rate of inspection of facilities is so out, like they cannot achieve the rate of inspection that they should have for any of these facilities. And so they're, prioritizing, and we passed a law to allow them to prioritize different ones based on need or urgency. But I think for the safety of the community, we would like them to be doing a lot more inspections. One of the funniest presentations I ever experienced here in the legislature was environmental health, and because they brought in slides of actual inspections, and it was of course horrible and very graphic, but it really made their point. So I give them credit for that, because I've never forgot it all these years, and I feel like the public would want to know that they are inspecting rather than not inspecting these food establishments, especially the food establishments. But there's just so many things that have grown on Guam that they need to also inspect. So yeah, I support that they can rely on that and hopefully increase their inspectors from 10 to more. Sidros Masi.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, the author can close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to make some amendments to this amendment. So I understand that, Azacuda hasn't been implemented, but we currently, our use tax for this budget year is about 8.2 million. And that's correct, right, Steve?
8.5.
8.5, okay, I stand corrected. So it's 8.5 million, and so there is use tax in anticipation of Azacuda. And I understand that that money should be obviously be used to implement it. So I think in just ensuring that this has more accountability, I would, and in speaking to my colleagues, I think, if we think about the use tax, right, the big number is 60 million, right, roughly about $60 million that the OPA has, or the public auditor has estimated that has not been collected, and he thinks that's an understatement. And so I just, I guess, yeah, I know they need funding, but in speaking to my colleagues, I think they're more comfortable with, I think, the 10%. So that would, 10%, and then add the words on the last line on the first page. The appropriation is continuous and contingent on an annual submission of a detailed budget.
So let's go through the amendment to the amendment. So you're saying you're reducing the 20% to 10%
Yes,
on line 1 of E?
correct.
And then what is the other part of the amendment?
So basically, the appropriation is continuous and contingent on an annual submission of a detailed budget.
Where is that language going?
That's going on the first page, on the last line.
So the Department of?
Before
Yeah.
that, yeah.
Where would that go so we can make sure the
after
clerks know what to do?
After the period where it says Environmental Health Revolving Fund,
And then what is the amendment?
the appropriation is continuous and contingent upon an annual submission of a detailed budget.
I'm going to ask you to write that language into the amendment and bring it to the clerk so that they can be clear on what you're attempting to do so that they can properly engross the budget. Does everybody understand the amendment? The amendment to the amendment. Anyone want to speak to the amendment to the amendment? Senator San Agustin, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the author, I support the 20%. You already mentioned the shortfall they have. To drop it to 10 is from 1.7 becomes 850,000. I don't know. I just say keep it to 20. Add the other amendment. Sounds good, looks good, we can move on. It's not until 28. It gives the incoming body after election and the attitude to adjust fire. But at least your 20% is solid. It's good. If they increase the collection of use tax, bingo, the numbers will grow, but 10%, you're keeping it low. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator, keep in mind that will reduce the general fund revenue for appropriation, though, if you kept it. So it's up to you. But anyways, the amendment is there. On the amendment to the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing, hearing none, Senator, amendment passes. You have another amendment?
No,
Okay.
that's it.
So on the amendment as amended, are there any objections? Seeing, hearing none, amendment passes. Colleagues?
Oh, sorry. Can I?
Yeah.
Can I just add something? I mean, too late for closing.
I've gavelled it out. We're
Okay.
going to go to the next amendment. You can speak, since it's close to the same, you can
Okay.
talk about both of them when you close on the next amendment. We are now, colleagues, on SFP L11 P174 II. Senator Perez, you recognize.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this had also a public hearing on the same day in February 17th of this year. And at the public hearing, so the initial bill was designed to address Head Start defunding, which occurred a year earlier, or there was a potential defunding of Head Start. And so the testimony actually incorporates, so this is supported by DOE, by the way. And so they provided language which is in this amendment. And so what they wanted the funding for was capital improvement projects. And it says there right there. So this is the language that they provided. They wanted to prioritize capital improvement and deferred maintenance, strengthen safe learning environments and Americans with Disabilities Act compliance, support instructional needs without duplicating federally funded services, and fund the maintenance of efforts requirements for Head Start and special education programs. And so, as you know, the budgets for DOE often it does not, or many of our budgets of the agencies, leaves out capital improvement, leaves out maintenance. And so this would provide a sustainable funding source for DOE as we're seeing federal funds diminish, right? So we had a very opportune time during the ARPA Act to really upgrade a lot of our schools to meet sanitary compliance. And so now that that funding is disappearing, there has to be some source of funding, and obviously local funding until we can find federal funds, right? So this is an opportunity to ensure that DOE has a steady source of funding for capital improvement and maintenance. We don't want to go backwards. Department of Education moved mountains in this past term, and to ensure, and this term, you know, they were struggling to open the schools on time, and now, you know, from a grade of C, we're seeing many A's on their sanitary permits, which is a huge, huge accomplishment. And just, you know, I think a lot of it had to do with the community coming together outside of the schools and within the schools. So they were mobilized, and now we need to ensure the funding exists to keep this progress going. And I would like to amend to add that language from the previous amendment. So I believe in the previous amendment I added that continuous language. So again, let me look for that. So the language I would like to add to ensure there's transparency and accountability is the language of this appropriation is continuous but contingent upon annual submission of detailed budget. And so that would be placed, if you look on the second to the last line on above section 3, where it says and special education programs. That's where I put that phrase in there to repeat that same phrase that is used throughout this section. Again, this amendment will not take effect until the next fiscal year cycle, so it's not affecting any appropriations that have been made thus far. I think 20% is reasonable, because if you were to base it off, let's say 60 million, that's 12 million, right? So 12 million is nothing near what DOE needs for funding as far as maintenance, right? They need maintenance, capital improvement, that's not even enough, I think. So, and to do all of these other things. So the other big thing that DOE has to do is they have to comply with the ADA. And we know that's a lot of money. They also included instructional needs. So there's a lot of things that we can invest in our education system to make sure it's a safe learning environment, and also is an opportunity to expand workforce development. And so this, to diversify our educational curriculum. So there's a lot that needs to be done with this amount of money, and I guess I asked for my colleagues' support. So making that amendment to add that language in.
Senator, once again, I'm going to ask you to write the language in the appropriate place, provide it to the clerks so that they can engross the bill properly. Also, once again, from OFB, so everybody understands, This is from the previous year. So what would happen is this would be the collections in fiscal year 27 to be appropriated in 28. Just like right now, we're appropriating from 26 into 27 because we're currently collecting the use tax throughout the fiscal year, just so everybody understands. So it's true, it will not take effect until the 28 budget is contemplated, but it will be what is collected in 27 the previous year. On the amendment, anybody wish to speak on the amendment as amended? Actually, if there was any discussion on the amendment to the amendment that the author proffered? Hearing, seeing none, amendment passes. On the amendment as amended, anyone wish to speak? Senator Barnett, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, and buenas noches to the people of Guam watching on our YouTube channel. I just wanted to rise in support and commendation of the amendment and the author of the amendment. In Chapter 11, we had co-sponsored an amendment that would have appropriated $10 million specifically for the maintenance of Guam Department of Education schools. And, we know what happened with everything in Chapter 11, so very grateful for this forward-looking amendment. And I also commend the author for her creativity in crafting this amendment to set aside money that's collected in the next fiscal year for 2028. Considering the lapses that the Guam Department of Education is able to hold on to, I'm very grateful that this amendment is going to address critical areas like Head Start and special education programs. For those of you who follow the national news, there's a lot of turmoil and uncertainty with the U.S. Department of Education and with the special education specifically, as we don't know where the federal government is going to end up moving special education or any of the assorted programs under the soon-to-be dismantled U.S. Department of Education. So I just rise in support of the amendment, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
On the amendment as amended, anybody else wish to speak? Senator Guatato, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm a little concerned about the use tax at this point. I know committing it down the road, I understand that the Asakuda system is in play, or at least it should be in play. I just don't think that even in the early years of what would be a program to manage or to collect use tax, if it's going to even yield enough to be able to address all the critical infrastructure needs at our Department of Education system. I have no problem with it with public health, but even there's going to be a challenge to get enough environmental health professionals to even apply for work there. So even though it's looking down the road a bit, I would probably caution the body thinking that, okay, this is going to be a windfall for the Department of Education. This is going to solve a facility problem or even the current special ed needs. It's actually going to be very, very slow going, and there is no real guarantee that even if the Asakuda system comes up, that this is going to yield something really in the first 2 years of the program. It's going to take a bit of time, and the needs are right now. They're not in 2 years from now. But I don't disagree with the intent. I'm just trying to keep a little bit more level here, knowing that the expectation has to be a bit tempered because there's going to be an expectation, oh, hey, we have this windfall. That's not what's going to happen, at least for the next 3 to 4 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment as amended, anyone else wish to speak? Seeing, hearing none, the author may close.
Just thank you to my colleagues for their support on adding the language, right? The appropriation. Is that what we're voting on?
We are voting on the amendment as amended. Senator, your amendment passed.
Gotcha.
You are closing at this point.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. So, yes, thank you to my colleagues for the dialogue and for your support. I ask for your support in advance to provide sustainable funding for DOE, who is is facing a huge decrease in federal funding that was used for capital improvement and maintenance. And, basically we do not want to go backwards and ensure that our students are learning in safe environments. And not only that, use this as an investment to expand workforce development to ensure that we are capitalizing on this really important opportunity. And again, I ask for my colleagues' support. Thank you.
On the amendment as amended, are there any objections? Seeing and hearing none, amendment passes. Take a 1-minute recess. Senators, we're back from recess. The committee of the whole is back in order. At this time, we are on SFP L11 P174 III. Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a result of a bill that had a hearing on the same date, on February 17th of this year. And what this bill proposes to do is to modernize the Streetlight Fund. And so right now, currently, the Streetlight Fund is a non-lapsing fund. And its one purpose is to reimburse GPA for streetlights. Now, in my research of the Streetlight Fund, when I first started the research on this, I found that in a 5-year period, they lapsed funds. So they did not use up all the funds. And with the, I guess, the highlighting of this, it really kind of, I think, motivated the use of those funds to go to streetlights. The other thing that I found, interesting enough is that our streetlights, there's different jurisdictions. So GURA basically has jurisdiction of one set of streetlights. GVB has another one. There's even private developments. And so there's no one coordinated approach to addressing the lack of streetlights on Guam. And so some of them are not even, GPA doesn't have a pole in some areas where there's streetlights are needed. And, I think the point of this is to modernize this fund so that there is a coordinated approach to ensuring that there's adequate lighting on our roadways to ensure safety, which is one of the factors that lead to accidents. And so when the hearing occurred, we received positive testimony from DPW, from Mayor Brian Terlahi, from the Mayor's Council, President Mayor Alec, also GPA. So they provided support in regards to this change. The other thing that this would do is this bill would create a non-lapsing revolving fund. And so we know that the money that's there is, we had to actually add more money to it. But in the case that we are able to have gains from the savings due to the use of more energy efficient devices, perhaps the extra funding can be used for other purposes that DPW oversees. And some of the other uses could be towards sidewalks, bicycle lanes, or improving roadways. So that's one of the things that this amendment does. It also would require that monies collected shall be deposited within 20 days following the end of the month, and that a quarterly report must be provided by DRT to Y Legislature and Guahan. So that is important because just to provide more transparency on how these funds are being managed, I think are critical. And so those are the areas where the changes occur. It's really about modernizing this fund and taking a more comprehensive look at how streetlights are managed here in Guam. The other thing I would like to add as an amendment, so we already appropriated the money from the Streetlight Fund. So I need to add that the date of, it would have a delayed enactment, again, like the other amendment, of the beginning of next fiscal year 28. So it would have a delayed enactment of October 1st, 2027.
Where's your amendment being placed, Senator?
It would be placed at a different section at the very end. So on the bottom, right before it says to allow legal clerks in Office of Finance and Budget to make technical corrections. So I would just put in that amendment for delayed enactment so it doesn't affect the appropriations that we've done thus far with this budget.
Are you putting in a section, Senator, or what are you
Yeah,
doing here? Are you after F?
So
Are you adding a G?
I would, it won't be codified, but so just like what I had in the previous amendments, I would say I would add another section, but it won't be codified. It would be just to, the act will be effective on October 1st, 2027. So that's my amendment to this amendment.
So you're not adding a G, you're just adding a section.
Correct.
Clerks, do you understand? Why don't you do that once again in writing to the clerks so that they can understand how to prepare it for engrossment. On the amendment, to the amendment, anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing, hearing none, on the amendment as amended. On the amendment as amended, anyone else wish to speak? Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to rise in support of the amendment, which is essentially Bill 19-38. I'm a proud co-sponsor of the measure. You know, we had a couple deaths in the family over the last about month and a half, and so my mom ended up coming back from the States. So she's out living in Virginia, and she arrived with my first cousin Teresa, who stays in Kansas, and like the second night we were having dinner, they both brought up this point, and they kind of randomly said, "Hey, you guys really need more streetlights here on Guam." And my mom actually wasn't driving at night because even though the road to my house has some streetlights, our village streets, our main thoroughfares, not only are they lacking adequate streetlights, there's also issues with the road markings being visible. So I definitely was very excited to co-sponsor this measure when I was offered the opportunity from the good senator from Barrigada. So I rise in support of the amendment, which does a lot of great things. Like it also allows for repairing of streetlights that fall outside of the Guam Power Authority's jurisdiction. And so I just humbly ask my colleagues to support the amendment. I don't understand why there would be any objection to it. I also commend the authors' foresight. I don't know if she saw this coming, but since we're not allowing continuing appropriations, with the exception of, I think, the Guam Department of Education, it's very forward-looking that she establishes the streetlight fund as non-lapsing so that these funds will carry over fiscal year to fiscal year. And hopefully we can light up this island, you know, very bright so that we can see each other coming at night. Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to rise in support of the amendment.
On the amendment as amended, anyone else wish to speak? Seeing, hearing none, would you like to close, Senator?
I just ask for my colleagues' support. Thank you.
On the amendment as amended, is there an objection? There is an objection. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand.
Wait, sorry, who's objecting?
Senator Gumatata did object, yes. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Colleagues, we are on Amendment SVC L11 P174. Senator Calvo, you're recognized. One minute recess. We are back from recess. Senators, we are on L11, P174. Senator Calvo, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues, good evening, and good evening to the people of Guam. I respectfully rise to present this amendment authorizing the Department of Youth Affairs to temporarily employ retired youth service workers when a critical staffing need arises due to military activation or a certified long-term disability of an active officer. Colleagues, this particular amendment does not create new permanent positions, expand retirement benefits, or increase the department's authorized personal budget. Rather, it provides DYA with a practical and responsible tool to ensure continuity of operations during circumstances beyond its control. So, I was going to propose to add new section to Chapter 12, Miscellaneous, the bill to read Section 49, temporary employment of retired youth service workers. The Department of Youth Affairs, DYA, may hire retired Guam Youth Service Workers, YSW, if a critical need arises because of military activation of YSW officers or absence due to a long-term disability status, which has been certified by a medical doctor. Retired youth service workers hired under this section may receive their retirement annuity while employed on this temporary basis. The DYA may exercise this hiring authority provided its authorized budget for personnel is not exceeded. The retiree hired shall fill such a vacant position and shall be terminated when the incumbent returns from military service or absence. Retired youth service workers may be hired only in the ranks of YSW1 and below, only at Step 1, and shall not receive sick and annual leave. Officers hired under this section shall meet the requirements for the position in question except for written examinations. The Director of DYA shall certify that every retiree hired is fit for duty, notwithstanding subsection 8121A of Article 1, Chapter 8, Title 4 GCA. Retirees hired temporarily pursuant to this section may continue to receive retirement benefits. Any employee hired under this section shall only be eligible to enroll in the Government of Guam Health Insurance Program as an active employee. The DYA Director shall submit a report to Legislature Guahan on July 1, 2027, and again 30 days after the end of the fiscal year, of the number of retired officers hired pursuant to this section, the positions filled, the length of employment, the cost of said hiring, and the nature of the critical need that was filled.
Thank you, Senator. On the amendment, Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the amendment. I'd like to ask the author just a couple questions, if she would yield.
Proceed.
Thank you. The first one would be, was language similar to this included in prior year budget acts? As you know, Mr. Chair, we have a chapter, I forget which one it is, but it goes and it allows, for example, GPD to hire retired cops, the other different agencies to hire retirees. Department of Corrections is one. So I'm just trying to find out if this language to hire retired youth service workers was included in previous budgets and just maybe inadvertently left out of the sub-bill?
Does the author yield?
No, Mr. Chair. We can actually, my dear colleague can also coordinate with DYA and the director directly if he wanted more information. But I'd like to offer another additional information that these youth service workers perform critical responsibilities in supervising, mentoring, and protecting.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a problem with the amendment, or I support the amendment, but I just wanted to bring the author's attention to, I'm not sure the line, but there is a portion of this amendment that's non-compliant with public law. A public law that I passed with the support of my colleagues in here in the body, which mandates that government of Guam retirees who return to work are able to accrue sick leave benefits. And so I would like to amend the amendment, and it would be to strike out in the second paragraph, 1, 2, 3, on the fourth line, it reads, only at step 1 and shall not receive sick and annual leave. I would like to strike out the word not, and I think that would bring the amendment into compliance with Public Law 38-17.
On the amendment to the amendment, anyone wish to speak? Seeing, hearing none. Oh, go ahead. Senator, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no problem with amending the amendment, but just to clarify that if it's to tighten this, then it's okay. I'm amicable to that. But just to offer more information, this was requested by the director of DYA herself, and so I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
On the amendment, anybody want to speak? Yes, Ranking Member Tina Rose Muñoz-Barnes, you may.
Mr. Chair. I too support the amendment to striking out that as a supporter of the official, the law that was enacted to provide those workers who come back from retirement to give back to the government of Guam receive at least the sick and annual leave. So to support deleting the word shall not, not will abide by the current statute that's in place right now, Mr. Chair. So I support the intent of the main amendment, but also support the amendment to the original one. Santa Mosi.
Dispense a point of Mr. Chair. If I could,
Yes.
just, can I withdraw my amendment and further make a different amendment, because they're not authorized to receive annual leave, so I'd have to also, just the sick leave. So if I could re-offer an amendment that reads, and shall strike the words not, receive sick, and then strike the words and annual. So it would read, and shall receive sick leave. Sorry for that oversight, Mr. Chair.
Sure. We'll just call it amending the original amendment, because you're entitled to 2. So we have 2 amendments basically on the floor, folks. So this is how it will read at this point. At step 1, and shall receive sick leave. Everybody understand the amendment in totality? On the amendment, as amended. Anybody wish to speak? Sir? Mr. Speaker.
I have no problem actually with the amendment. However, Mr. Chair, I'm concerned that if we stay silent and while we say they shall receive sick leave, and do not address the annual leave, that it could be perceived and it could be interpreted as they are also eligible for that, unless we are specific with that.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator.
That's why I'm going to strike out annual leave, because as retirees, it's my understanding they're barred from receiving the annual leave. So again, the amendment would read, and shall strike not, leave, receive, sick, and then strike out and annual. so that it would read, as you had said, Mr. Chair, and shall receive sick leave.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think this is quite clear. Basically, we're just saying they get sick leave, but the annual is struck out because they're not entitled to it.
Okay.
As a
30-second
retiree
recess.
coming back to work, sure, 1 minute recess. Go ahead and close on your amendment, Senator Barnett. We're back in
Mr.
order.
Chair. And again, I got no problem with the amendment or the intention or desire, the need actually for Director Brennan to hire retired youth service workers. The only concern I had was that, again, it was my public law 3817, which was supported by, I believe, all of the members in the body, and just want to make sure that we're preserving the right of the rehired retirees to accrue sick leave, because, you know, in Amasia Day, a lot of times these are manomko, and they're going to work, and, you know, sometimes they catch cold. That might take a couple days to beat. So we want to have the ability for them to use that sick leave. Sijos Masi, Mr. Chair, and humbly ask for the support of my colleagues.
On the amendment as amended, anyone else? Okay, would you like to close, Senator Cabo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask my colleagues to support this amendment. And thank you. I'm just happy to put it out there to ensure that these workers can be rehired again, you know, and we can help Department of Youth Affairs in that capacity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment as amended, any objection? Nope. Amendment passes. 1 minute recess. Colleagues, committee holds back in order. We are now on SFP L11 P174 I5. Senator Perez, you're recognized. Assessment of human resources needs to meet the agency's mandates.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, yeah, okay. So this amendment adds on another subsection. So in the first chapter, there was the PBB, right? So if you go back to page 20, 21 and 22, actually on page 22, the performance budgeting, so it requires at a minimum training programs shall insist in the ability of agencies to produce the following. And so in the very first chapter, I did proffer 2 amendments, and so I thought of a third one to include with the government-wide PPP program. And so what it states, what I propose with this amendment, it states, G, assessment of human resource needs to meet agency mandates and support successional planning, which shall include but are not limited to the review and update of position descriptions, staff training, recruitment and retention processes. And so, you know, what I find pretty consistently, or at least is that, well, first of all, in many institutions, there should be a regular review of organizational needs and assessments of their human resources to meet those needs. And considering that there are changes to technology as well as perhaps even position descriptions. So I'm finding that many of these position descriptions have not been updated for many, many years. Take, for instance, there was a requirement, or there may still be a requirement, to work in DMV to have, I forget how many years of driver's experience. And so some of these things don't necessarily, I mean, I guess they can be questioned whether that particular quality or criteria is necessary to carry out the administrative job. And also, as we know, the organizational mandates change, as well as integration of technology. So I think that it's important that government across the board do regular assessment of their human resource needs. The other deficiency that I find in government is there seems to be a lack of successional planning. And so we often hear about retirement and the loss of institutional knowledge that comes with attrition. And so we as a government need to be more proactive when it comes to assuring that we have the capability and capacity to carry out our mandates, as well as to ensure that there is staffing ready to take the place of those who retire or who may leave the government. And some of the ways that we can fill those gaps is by updating those positions. Staff training is really critical, and that's something that we need to prioritize in government. I think we have fallen behind. And with staff training, that could amplify the ability of employee to carry out the services and the mandates of that agency. I think also recruitment and retention, so that goes hand in hand with successional planning. So for instance, in, let's say in many organizations, one of the ways that you can retain employees is that they can see a promotional ladder. And if there are incentives for them to get promoted based on the training, this is one way that works in institutions, public and private institutions, and I think that's something that, you know, our government should really embrace and implement. And so I think these are really critical to ensuring that the government functions effectively and efficiently. So, so that's why I'm proffering this amendment to close some of these gaps. Because what happens is if we don't have the people in place, then what good is some of these laws if we can't implement them? You know, case in point, Guam EPA. they had a critical shortage for many years. And I'm very, very thankful to hear that they've really done a lot of good work to increase their staffing. And so what that means is that our environment can be protected because they're able to carry out those mandates. And so with any agency, they have these mandates, and it's important that we have people staff. I mean, we just talked about Department of Environmental Health, right? And how they're experiencing
Thank you,
a
Senator.
crisis. So thank you. I ask for my colleagues' support.
Sure. On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing here none, would you like to close, Senator?
Yeah, so I don't know if I can reiterate what I just said, but I'm sure you guys remember my opening statement's pretty much the closing, but I ask for my colleagues' support on this. Thank you.
On the amendment, are there objections? Seeing here none, amendment passes. Senator Tadegui on amendment TTT L11 P174 III. Senator Tadegui, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, my colleagues and those who are watching. You know, I wanted to proffer this amendment. It had a public hearing, so that everybody does know it did have a public hearing. And I'm trying to get the date on this public hearing. It was June 23rd. Not too long ago. I'm sure many of you guys can follow along on that on the YouTube on June 23rd, public hearing for this particular bill. If not, then I'm sure Candid News was pushing some comments out from that public hearing as well. But Mr. Chair, I rise in support and ask my colleagues to do the same. The amendment to be placed in this chapter is a physician's public profile disclosure expansion to include practice capacity and professional liability information. The amendment gives patients two basic pieces of information before they choose a physician, Mr. Chair. That's what this amendment does. And those two things, for the public to have access to that information, so when they choose a doctor for themselves or their children, the information for that particular doctor would be whether the physician practices privately or for the government, or for both. And the second information, either yes or no, whether there's professional liability insurance is maintained for that particular physician. Guam already has a physician public profile system in place. Current law already requires disclosures, far more sensitive information, including malpractice judgments, arbitration awards, settlements, disciplinary actions, and criminal convictions. My amendment simply makes this existing system more useful to patients. Contrary to public misinformation, it does not make doctors vulnerable to stalking. There is no requirement to disclose a doctor's home address, schedule, shifts, personal information, contact, or exact location. What it does is gives patients basic information before they choose who will care for them. The language comes from Bill 322. Again, we had a public hearing on this bill. Actually, now I'm showing it's July 2nd. I said earlier it was June, but it's July 2nd. Doctors had an opportunity to testify for their concerns and recommendation. Public health raised particular concerns about the staffing, the legal review, and implementation. I listened. Those were issues we can all work through. But unfortunately, not to my surprise, some physicians chose a very different approach. We were told patients don't care about medical malpractice insurance. We were accused of carrying a bill for medical malpractice attorneys and special interest. We were warned that healthcare would go backwards. Clinics could scale down or close, and senators who support this measure would be responsible for harming access to care. Now, how does that work into play? It's another scare tactic these physicians have been putting in place for years to avoid any additional information about their practice. And this bill, like I said, doesn't even come close to the sensitivity of information that was provided in the Patient Private Act. in the 33rd Guam Legislature that was passed. My colleagues, we have to consider this amendment in the context of the system of our patients already faced. Who are we really serving here? Everybody. That's who we're serving. Everyone. Doctors and the people of Guam. And right now, those individual people want more information. They want to know if a doctor has taken the effort to provide insurance just in case something happens to them or their patients. Mothers and fathers and patients themselves look at that information so that they can make a wise decision on what physician is going to take care of their self or their child or their family member. It's a very simple amendment, and unfortunately, I'm hearing that doctors are now calling the body here to, oh, don't pass this. But yet I'm getting tons of calls from people in the public saying, yes, it's needed. We want to know this information. We're entitled to it. They do it in the States, but we're no better here, of course. Second-class citizens, once again, and it's because of the detriment of this body.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? On the amendment, Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak in support of the amendment. Yeah, the public hearing was definitely very interesting, and some of the scare tactics from some of the good doctors who testified were similar to some of the fear-mongering that we hear here in the hall, very extreme fear-mongering. The retiring speaker is correct. One of the doctors providing testimony said that the senators co-sponsoring this bill would be personally responsible for the collapse of Guam's healthcare system, which of course is very, very far from the truth. There are many states that require doctors to disclose whether or not they have malpractice insurance. And that's all we're doing here. They do it in many states. We're not requiring what some states require, which is a step further. They actually require doctors to have malpractice insurance. We're not doing that. It's really just simply amending the disclosure laws for Guam's physicians. And so they just have to declare if they work in a public or a private setting and whether or not they have the malpractice insurance. Some of the claims that the doctors providing testimony made relative to this would expose them to stalking. You know, of course we care about the safety of the doctors, but you know, Guam is small, and many of us already know where these doctors work, even without this proposed mandated disclosure. And even further, existing laws on our books require the different governing boards to provide patients with this information when they request it. And so what this amendment, which again originated as a bill from the good senator from Tamuning, does is it makes it so that patients don't have to go through that process of inquiring with the board, of waiting for the written determination. All they have to do is go on the website and check out the physician profile. So, you know, my dear people of Guam, it seems like anytime we try and do anything relative to transparency and accountability with this field, it seems like the pushback is just, it's very, very strong. You know, I remarked in the hearing that if I had $1 for every time, for example, Dr. Shea threatened to leave the island if we passed any bill related to doctors or healthcare, I'd probably be as rich as some of these doctors. So I just humbly ask my colleagues to not forget what this amendment does to strip away all of the fear-mongering and the misinformation. And it's really just about disclosure. They'd have to provide 2 additional fields of disclosure on the physician profile. The first being whether or not they work in a government or a private setting, and the second being, again, whether or not they have medical malpractice insurance. There was a claim made from Dr. Wen, who is actually my doctor. There's some disclosure for you. The claim he had made, it's slipping my mind right now, but it was definitely nowhere near what this amendment seeks to do, which again is just require additional fields of disclosure for the doctors, respectfully. And so I know there are calls being made, but again, the point that Dr. Hoa had brought up, and even Dr. Berg, was that this bill was somehow introduced for medical malpractice attorneys to be able to sue frivolously. But as you all know, our medical malpractice laws make it virtually impossible for anybody, including attorneys, to hold anybody accountable for causing harm to the patients. But again, this is just strictly about disclosure. It's about providing more information to patients, information that's already available to them if they request it in writing. And so if they can already get this information, let's make it easier for them to see it by allowing for it to be posted on the physician's profile on the respective websites maintained by these different regulatory and governing boards and bodies. Si Diyos masi, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing, hearing none. Yes, Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Senator, the author of this amendment is accurate that this did go through the public hearing process. My committee is still preparing and finalizing the committee report. But just for myself, I will say that I absolutely do support transparency. But I think the reason why some of my colleagues are getting these phone calls is because they're just finding out. They're just realizing that this particular amendment is being proffered and debated on the floor tonight. And for those who didn't attend the public hearing, which was held earlier this month, it does state, I'll just go through some of the testimony so that my colleagues are informed. The Guam Medical Association represents several hundred healthcare providers, predominantly physicians practicing in Guam. They consulted a large portion of their membership regarding Bill 322, or this particular amendment, and they oppose the bill, and not a single member polled has expressed support for this legislation. Some of the things that they said, no demonstrated patient benefit, benefits only medical malpractice attorneys. This is what they're saying, okay? This is the Guam Medical Association. No input from the medical community. Instead, reach out to the Guam Medical Association. We're ready to work with the legislature to identify genuine barriers to physician recruitment and retention on Guam. They say Bill 322-38 does not serve patients. It does not enhance health care. It does not help the legislature understand anything meaningful about physician practice in Guam. It serves only the financial interests of medical malpractice attorneys. The Department of Public Health, though, they did support the intent of this legislation, but they did ask for an appropriation because they say that it places a heavy administrative and legal burden on the regulatory body to verify the accuracy of the reported liability coverage. Also testifying in support of this bill was Dr. Jeffrey Galgo, who he states that this legislation promotes greater transparency for patients. Testifying in support of this bill was also Mr. David Lubovsky. He says that this bill strengthens physician profiles by requiring reporting of practice capacity, insurance status, and government liability information, and by ensuring that this information is maintained in a timely and accurate manner, reflecting the core purpose of the bill. Also testifying in support of this bill was Mr. Carlos Pangilinan. So he said that an informed constituency is the key to building confidence in already challenged healthcare systems. So I'm just making sure, since I was hoping to get this on the session agenda at the next session, and unfortunately it's here before us now. And so I'm presenting some of the testimony that we received during that public hearing. And I also wanted to point out that transparency, this is an effort that we've seen since 2011 when the ranking member, Senator Tina Rose Muñoz-Barnes, had introduced the Patient Protection Through Information Act. Later on in 2018, that transparency was expanded through legislation also that became law from Senator Mary Torres and Senator Jim Espaldon. And so some of those, what was included in the law, what is law now, is information regarding temporary restraining orders, interim suspensions, license suspensions or revocations, current Attorney General accusations, unresolved citations, supposed to be included in this physician profile. Also is approved postgraduate training, previous license suspensions or revocations, completed probation or disciplinary actions, felony convictions, certain misdemeanor convictions, medical malpractice judgments or arbitration awards, hospital disciplinary actions, public letters of reprimand, certain citations, repeated malpractice settlements, meeting the law's disclosure requirements. Again, that is already public law. It is mandated to be posted on this physician profile by the Health Professional Licensing Office, which is under the Department of Public Health. And we also confirmed during that particular public hearing, they haven't even posted anything. It's not even online yet. So that right there is a problem. So if they can't even post anything on the physician profile now, I mean, we're asking them to also post this, which, again, I'm still undecided on where I stand on this because of the testimonies that we received from the public hearing. But I wanted to make sure that my colleagues have at least some of the information that was presented, because the doctors have always said that they have no say. So just wanted to make sure that for those who didn't attend the public hearing, got a little bit of what transpired.
Thank you, Senator. On the motion, on the amendment, Senator Tadic, July? No?
Sure. Thank you, and thank you to the previous speaker for repeating some of the testimony. Yeah, there were some opposing doctors who don't think we should be able to post this information. I suspect that when that Patient Protection Act was passed, it was the same. And but the information that this bill, or this floor amendment and the Bill 232 is requiring to be posted is information that, according to some of the testimony, is also mandated in other jurisdictions. And it really just includes a disclosure of whether you practice in the private capacity or the public capacity. Because, as you know, the public capacity will change your liability. You have a government liability versus private practice liability. And normally that's going to be known anyways, because of, you know, the Guam Memorial Hospital and the Department of Public Health and Social Services are supposed to be posting their staffing patterns and their contracts on their websites as well. The other information that the floor amendment requires to be posted is whether the physician maintains professional liability insurance. There is already an existing law that requires the insurance companies themselves to report to the Guam Medical Board about, you know, what is the coverage on Guam. And despite our repeated follow-ups, the board has never really got that information from the insurance companies. And I did write to the insurance commissioner at that time to ask for their assistance to make sure that that law was complied with. Oh, sorry. there's also, on point number 3 here, it seems incomplete, and I think the floor amendment itself might be incomplete. Like we're missing either the back or something. Mr. Chair?
Yes, there's another page, but we can get that to you.
All right. So we can just take a pause there, because otherwise, yeah, I've just covered the 2 points.
Sure. 1 minute recess. We're back in order, and the back-to-back has been passed out. Senator Terlaw, you still recognized.
Jesus Masi, yeah, so on the back, it's pretty much just more details on the disclosure and how often the updates are required, and that this is an annual reporting requirement, and that they should enforce it within 180 days. So I support this amendment. I think it's going to be helpful to patients, and I think it doesn't require that they get the malpractice insurance. It's just a disclosure as to whether they're actually covered or not. And so I very much support this amendment. Jesus Masi.
On the amendment, Senator, would you like to close?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Because I would like to thank some people who have so much courage. And the fact that a comment that was made by one of the doctors saying, you know, all these patients never asked me if I have medical malpractice, and I just said, well, guess what? It's 2 patients, one who's actually a sponsor of that particular doctor, and another one who also is a patient of that particular doctor, who asked me to introduce this legislation. It's the least we can do, because these physicians have done so much to ensure that they got the upper hand. You asked why nobody knew about this until the doctors all called. Well, there was a comment said that doctors say they never have a say. Are you kidding me? Every time there's something in here that requires transparency for these doctors, oh, they do have a say. They call every single one in this body and tell them not to vote for it. Because if you do, we're going to leave Guam. Well, I can tell you one thing right now, these doctors won't leave Guam. This is their cash cow. Look how much money they make here on this island versus other doctors in other jurisdictions. They won't leave Guam. This is where they make the most of their money. And they want to protect that money. That's first and foremost, not the people of Guam. So what we can do is be their backers, be the people's backers. Next time you get a phone call from a doctor, question their ulterior motive. Why they're telling you not to vote something as simple as just disclosing whether they are private or public doctor, or whether they have medical malpractice insurance or not. Very simple. You ever ask something as simple as that? Why? Why would a doctor not want that information is beyond me. But I can tell you one thing. I can tell you a bunch of parents or people looking for physicians who would love to have that information so when they make their decision of who they are going to have treat them, they can make a wise decision. Someone else who's very, very amazing and have so much courage is Dr. Gallo, who provided testimony. And get this, he sits on the Board of Medical Examiners. He supported this bill. Then there was a pause because there was to move the public hearing to another date because the doctors weren't ready. Well, they had the 5-day open government law to have the public hearing. 5 days. Dr. Gallo then calls me and says, Senator, I want you to know that I'm getting, some harassment from doctors and saying they're asking me to pull my amendment back and to not support this. And he came back and said, there is nothing wrong with this bill. It provides transparency. We do this in the mainland. Why can't we do it on Guam? I tell you one thing, that was one vote. I was happy to vote for this man to sit on that Board of Medical Examiners. Because this is one doctor who's for the people. Thank you, Dr. Gallo. Thank you, Senator Trelahi, Senator Barnett, Senator Paris. Thank you, Carlos Pangilinan, David Limboski. People of Guam, there would have been more people here, but they keep getting beat up by these doctors not wanting to provide simple information or to give them a fighting chance in case that they were wronged by a doctor. Transparency? Yeah. Let's see if you guys are transparent. Because if you are transparent and you keep saying you're transparent, then you will vote for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. On the amendment, are there any objections?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Does the senator who's moving the objection have a disqualifying conflict because he's the chairman of the Republican Party and this bill received negative testimony from a candidate who's running under the Republican Party?
On the objection.
Because Masons would require him to disclose his disqualifying conflicts, sir.
Roll call. Roll call. That's 1, 2, 3. Parkinson, Barnett, myself. Roll call.
Clerk, take the roll.
Vice Speaker Atta. Vice Speaker Atta, nay. Senator Barnett. Senator Barnett, yea. Speaker Blas. Speaker Blas, nay. Senator Borja. Senator Borja, nay. Senator Calvo. Senator Calvo, nay. Senator Duenas. Senator Duenas, nay. Senator Gumatautau. Senator Gumatautau, nay. Senator Lujan. Senator Lujan, nay. Senator Munya Barnes. Senator Munya Barnes, nay. Senator Parkinson. Senator Parkinson, yea. Senator Perez. Senator Perez, yea. Senator Salas Matanani. Senator Salas Matanani, nay. Senator San Augustine. Senator San Augustine, nay. Senator Titagui.
For transparency, yes.
Senator Titagui, yay. Senator Terlahi. Senator Terlahi, yay.
On the tie degree amendment, there are 5 yeas, 10 nays. Amendment fails. Colleagues, we are on the next amendment. Amendment SFP L11 P174V. Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment states is that it proposes to add a new section stating authorization for the Guam Historic Resources Division to fund board meetings. The Guam Historic Resources Division is hereby authorized to utilize its appropriation that was stated in Chapter 5 for the express purpose of funding board meetings of the Guam, so it's the Guam Preservation Trust Board and the Guam Historic Preservation Review Board, including costs directly associated with convening said meetings. The Guam Historic Resources Division shall report all expenditures made pursuant to this section quarterly to the Speaker of the Legislature in Guahan and the chairperson of the appropriate legislative committee. So I would like to make an amendment to this, just scratch off the Guam Preservation Trust Board, because they have their own dedicated funding, and so I just wanted to make sure that it's going towards the Guam Historic Preservation Review Board. So the purpose of this is because during some of the confirmation hearings of the board members as well as oversight, it was pretty clear that, so the members of the Guam Preservation Trust Board and the Guam Historic Preservation Review Board are the same members. But so we found out that the trust has been meeting quite regularly. So in fact, like they had a meeting in December of 25 and I believe a meeting, in February of this year. And so whereas the review board hasn't met in 2 years. And so I think there has to be some oversight because this board really, you know, they're needed because they are the ones that are supposed to ensure the regulations of the Historic Resources Division is in need of updating. It was brought to their attention, I believe, by the public audit. There was an audit that was done, and some of the things that they were doing were not, there were no regulations for. And so that needs to be resolved. The other importance of this review board is that it can resolve issues. So let's say there's, they oversee also, they help the SHPO determine the historic properties, how to manage said properties, and in cases when development is going to happen. And so the fact that this board hasn't met in 2 years really is a, you know, it's not, they're needed. So something has to give. And so this board needs to meet first and foremost. The other thing this board can do is provide the public an opportunity for input in regards to programmatic agreements. And so otherwise, the SHPO is working unilaterally. And so this is what we're finding, the public is finding that there is a draft programmatic agreement in which there wasn't input from the public until public comment period. And that goes against the federal guidelines, the National Historic Preservation Act, which states that it's a SHPO's responsibility to invite as many of the consulting parties, interested parties when it comes to historic properties. And so this is one measure that can be done to keep tabs to ensure that this board is functional. It's actually desperately needed too as well. So it basically, again, it authorizes the use of the funds that have already been appropriated, and it ensures that there's quarterly reporting to the legislature as well as the oversight chair. So that's my amendment to this amendment, is to strike out the Guam Preservation Trust Board because they have their own funding.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak? Seeing, hearing none, would you like to close, Senator?
No, but I guess basically I just ask for my colleagues' support. Thank you.
On the amendment, is there any objections? Amendment carries. Next amendment, colleagues, is CB P174. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Hey, Sidus Masia, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to proffer the amendment, and I also want to thank the good chair in education for his commitment to support it. Now, what the amendment does is it allows PTOs, parent-teacher organizations who have already received. Well, let me just start at the beginning. So a couple fiscal years back, I established in the budget law the Guam Department of Education Parent-Teacher Organization Support Fund. This fund was the benefit of a $205,000 appropriation. And it's my understanding that a few PTOs have availed of the $5,000 grants that this fund allows. There's a problem with a bunch of the other PTOs having to get all their paperwork done at Rev and Tax. I think there's actually a line of different organizations from these our public schools who are trying to get all the paperwork done so they could become duly recognized PTOs. And so since we're allowing the carryover of the Guam Department of Education budget, this funding remains available, and it's my understanding in conversations with the chair in education that there's about $175,000 remaining in this fund. And so what my amendment does is it continues to allow for the grants of $5,000 to each of the PTOs, but it also allows PTOs who receive their first allocation of $5,000 to be eligible to receive an additional allocation of $5,000, Mr. Chair. And this allows the PTOs who have been duly recognized as nonprofits under Rev and Tax to avail of another round of $5,000 funding. I know we're big on the public-private partnerships. I think this is a great example of how this type of partnership can benefit our public schools, as many of the PTOs who've received this funding have been able to make considerable improvements at their campuses. For example, Price Elementary PTO was able to purchase an awning with the $5,000 in funding. And I've heard from different PTOs, they've been able to purchase benches, tetherball setups, playground equipment, all kinds of things with this funding, Mr. Chair. And so I hope for the support of my colleagues in allowing PTOs who've received a first round to receive a second round of funding while we wait for the other PTOs across the island to become duly recognized nonprofits under the Department of Revenue and Taxation. So I humbly ask for my colleagues' support of this amendment, which again puts money directly into the hands of our parent-teacher organizations. And they can move quickly to spend this money. As you know, they're not bound by a lot of the procurement protocols and regulations that the Guam Department of Education is bound by. And of course, we see GDOE obviously struggle to spend their budgets. The PTOs don't have that problem, so I ask for your support humbly to put this $5,000 in the hands of the PTOs who haven't received it, and to allow for an additional round of funding to support our parent-teacher organizations with these funds to be used in a manner determined by the PTO for support of the respective school and school programs. Sizos Masi, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, anyone? Senator Boyer, you recognize.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the author of this amendment. You know, when he discusses, it makes sense because the 170K that's been sitting there for the last couple of years could definitely, you know, like we especially with the typhoon recovery and stuff, it'll definitely be good for the schools to use it that are eligible right now because of their registration as a nonprofit with the Department of Revenue and Tax. And so I support the amendment, and I ask my colleagues as well to support this amendment. Thank you.
On the amendment, anyone? Seeing, hearing none. Senator, you'd like to close? No objections? Amendment passes. Colleagues, we are on JSSA L11 P174. Senator San Augustine, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is in reference to what we all committed to have the supplemental. The chairman of the Committee on Finance and Government Operations shall introduce a supplemental budget to address the four amendments proffered in Chapter 11 of Substitute Bill 266-38, the fiscal year 2027. Budget bill utilizing revenue and excess revenue adopted and enumerated in prior fiscal year budget laws. This proposed legislation shall be introduced to the clerk of the legislature no later than October 1st, 2026. So in other words, she'll start next week. Start putting it together. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope my colleagues will support it.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Yeah, I think that's already the start of the fiscal year when some of these agencies need the funding. So I think this date should be earlier than the start of the fiscal year. I think that was also mentioned by another of my colleagues.
Mr. Chairman, I support that, but at the same time, the budget bill doesn't go into effect until 1 October, so that's why I just mentioned that it'd be a bill that we introduce. If it can be earlier, shoot, even in 2 weeks, that would be even better.
On the amendment.
Can I make an amendment to this amendment?
Yes, what's your amendment?
Okay, can I just get one quick recess to confer with the proffer the amendment?
We're in recess. Legislature is back in order. Committee of the Whole. Senators, once again, Senator San Augustine, I'll remind you that you reminded the body that the law will not be effective until October 1. So we can
correct.
start working on the proposed supplemental budget, and then, so I think this is suffice. We would introduce it because it won't. The law will not be effective until the fiscal year starts. On the amendment, seeing, hearing nobody else, anybody want to close?
Sorry. Wait, I was supposed to do an amendment to the amendment, right?
Yeah,
As far as the
Senator,
date.
I would just say that would be out of order because this law does not take effect, the Budget Act, until October 1st.
Yeah.
So the law is, you couldn't do it before October 1st because the law wouldn't be the fiscal year wouldn't be effectuated until
Yeah, if
October 1st.
if I could just point out the language here, it says the legislation shall be introduced. So we're not talking about passage, right? So I feel like if we're going to introduce it on the day of the first day of the fiscal year, we already know that some of these agencies need the funding on the first day of the fiscal year. See what I
Actually,
mean?
not really.
Not
That's
really?
when the accounts are being established, and the first quarter of the budget really is pretty general. It's later in the year when they usually need supplemental.
So what about the
yeah.
residential treatment? That was already in the budget. And
Yes, I understand. But the way the budget
Yeah.
works, when the executive branch puts it into effect, it actually, the first quarter starts with a full allotment. And so it's later in the year when they start seeing the shortfalls.
Okay, so if I can
Anyways,
just...
do you have an
if I could
amendment,
just amend it,
Senator? Because
yes,
we're going to move
I
along.
would just, August 15th, 2026, at least to introduce it.
It'll probably not be in effect, but that's okay. August 15. On August 15th amendment.
Let me just double check that date, if it's not falling on a weekend, or just make sure that's not a falling. Okay, then August 14th.
Amendment August 14th shall be introduced. Any objections? No objections? On the amendment. Senator, you'd like to close? Any objections to the amendment? Amendment passes. Next amendment. TMB SSM L11 P174. Senator Tina Munoz Barnes, you're recognized. Ranking member, you're recognized. Notwithstanding under provision of law, Part 3, Chapter 2. Got it? L11 P174 charter schools, 7,800.
Mr. Chair, colleagues, this amendment streamlines the distribution of appropriated funds from the Guam's Academy Charter Schools, and rather than requiring monthly invoices, it directs the Department of Administration to remit appropriated funds directly to each charter school based on the enrollment caps and per pupil funding already, Mr. Chair, approved by this legislature. This change improves administrative efficiency for both the Department of Administration and our charter schools, while providing schools with greater funding predictability. So more reliable cash flow will allow them to better plan for payroll, utilities, instructional resources, and other operational needs, enabling school leaders to focus more on educating students and less on administrative processes. And this amendment in front of our colleagues does not reduce the accountability. Charter schools remain subject to the regular financial audits and oversight, ensuring that public school funds continue to be managed responsibly. And I want to respectfully ask my colleagues to support this amendment, Mr. Chair, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about this amendment.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Montanani, you recognize.
Thank you. I also rise in support of this particular amendment. If we're going to appropriate money to our charter schools, then that money should go directly to our charter schools. It's just common sense. It shouldn't have to make unnecessary steps along the way. Again, as the main author had mentioned, it doesn't spend one more dollar. It doesn't increase anyone's budget. It just simply makes sure that the funds that this legislature has already approved get to the schools, educating our children in a more direct and efficient way. Because at the end of the day, this is about reducing the bureaucracy. It's about making government work better, and most importantly, it's about making sure that our schools can focus on teaching students instead of worrying about when their funding will arrive. So again, I rise in support of this amendment, and I respectfully ask that my colleagues do the same. Thank you.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing here none, Senator Barnes, would you like to close? Ranking member? Any objections to the amendment? Amendment passes. Oh, sorry. There is an objection. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Please keep your hands up. Amendment passes. Next amendment, Senator Ranking Member Tina Rose Munoz Barnes again, TMB L11 P174. This is authorization to enter into memorandum agreement. You're recognized.
Mr. Chair, again, I promise I'll be short. I rise to introduce this floor amendment to address an immediate and practical issue involving the temporary classrooms for Simon Sanchez School. This amendment is straightforward, Mr. Chair. It authorizes the Guam Housing Corporation and the Guam Department of Education to enter into the necessary agreement to allow a portion of Lot 10119-12R2 in Dedido to be used temporarily as a school site for the Simon Sanchez temporary classrooms. The need for this amendment is very simple. Although schools are already recognized as the conditional use within R2 zoning, the necessary zoning approval was never requested during the planning process. Under normal circumstances, this matter would have to be processed through the Guam Land Use Commission. However, that process would create additional delays to a project that is already urgently needed. Our students, our teachers, and families have already waited long enough. This amendment, Mr. Chair, provides a narrowly tailored solution that allows these temporary classrooms to move forward without the delays associated with a separate zoning application. It does not rezone the property, nor does it permanently alter the intended use of the land. It simply authorizes the temporary use of a designated portion of the property for educational purposes while preserving the existing legislative intent for the remainder of the parcel. The amendment, Mr. Chair, also updates the language of Public Law 21-46 to expressly recognize that any remaining portion of the property may be used for schools in addition to its existing use for public parks, open space, and recreational facilities, ensuring consistency with this temporary use, Mr. Chair. So, members, this is about removing an administrative obstacle so construction can proceed as quickly as possible. And as I understand it, $8 million, Mr. Chair, has been secured through FEMA to construct these classrooms. So we hope to move this amendment forward so the Guam Department of Education can construct these classrooms immediately. And I just want to say that every unnecessary delay means more time that Simon students remain without the facilities they deserve. So, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask for the support from my colleagues of this amendment so that we can help move this project forward and provide our students with the classrooms they have been waiting for. I did submit the property map, and as noted, if anybody wants the Public Law 2146, nothing changes, it just adds school. So I have it if you want to append it to the amendment, sir.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Talai, you're recognized. It's the amendment with the property map underneath it, Senator? Is that the amendment you have, Senator Tadigui? That's the amendment.
Yeah, I was just looking at the back end, Mr. Chair, because it talks about housing, and I thought this was for classrooms.
Yeah. you can, when you're recognized,
Okay,
you
I'll
can
ask.
speak to
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
Senator Tulai, you recognize.
All right, so this is amending an old law, Public Law 21-146, which already authorized the governor to transfer the lot to Guam Housing. So this lot is already with Guam Housing, and we're just changing. It's confusing because everything's underlined, but the real change is really to add the word schools, where it says any remaining portion of the property shall be developed and used for schools. That's, I guess it's double underlined there. And all the other uses have already been authorized since that public law was passed, Public Law 21-146. For public parks, open spaces, recreational facilities, and there were supposed to be 200 housing units for multifamily, moderately priced rental units. But according to Guam Housing, they had only built 22 units to date. And that's really unfortunate, and especially with what we're facing now. But the portion, if I understand, that they are going to use for the school is going to be temporary. But this FEMA reimbursement was announced back in, I think it was 2024, when there was a hearing had on a previous bill by Senator San Augustine. And they had announced FEMA reimbursement. That was for Typhoon Mawar, if I understand correctly. Can the author just clarify this FEMA reimbursement? Is this still from Typhoon Mawar, or is this something new that's just come up recently?
Does the author yield? Ranking member, do you yield?
I was just informed, Mr. Chair, by Speaker Wanpet, the Superintendent of GDOE, that the funding of $8 million came from FEMA, and it was secured. So that's why this amendment is needed right away, so that the MOU could be effectuated.
Senator Tulai, you recognize.
Susan Mossy, and do you believe that these classrooms, these temporary classrooms, are going to be completed before the beginning of the next school year?
Does the ranking member yield?
Mr. Chair, I could just pray and hope that as soon as all the I's are dotted and T's crossed and we get these temporary facilities built right away, that it would be ready so that the students can come in. So if you're asking me for a time, I did not get the exact timeline of when it would be completed, but that the urgency was gravely needed so that these temporary facilities could be constructed immediately. So when I say temporary, I'm assuming, like as we've done in the past, the white, what do you call it, Joe? The white modular home-like type homes. We see it still in a lot of the schools that we have, the middle and the elementary schools that we have around the island. So that's what, that was what I was informed.
Senator Tulai, you recognize.
Susan Mossy. I support this, especially in light of the FEMA funds that are being made available to utilize this property and to put in temporary classrooms. I am just praying that these are going to be nice, suitable classrooms for these students who have been waiting for years to get a campus of their own. I think, of course, they're going to be lacking all of the amenities like gyms and things that most high schools need and want. And I also hope it's going to be durable, because it looks like the way the procurement's going for the construction of Simon Sanchez, we don't know how long they're going to take to actually get to that. And that's a shame. But I certainly hope DOE does a good job with this, that makes it suitable and makes it acceptable in light of all that Simon Sanchez students have been through and their parents, I don't want to insult them. So I just hope and trust that they're going to do a very good job with their FEMA money to get a campus that is worthy of these students. Jesus Masi.
On the amendment, anyone else? Senator Joe Augustine and Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, the issue with the FEMA, this was started back in a few years back in the previous superintendent, and his focus was more to house Simon Sanchez in a 2-month facility. Even though we coordinated so Guam Housing can make the buildings available, the only thing I'm worried about, and I support the amendment, I support it 100%. Let's get our children in Jigo. I'm from Jigo. Get them back to Jigo. Is that supposedly DOE is trying to do a temporary campus for FB. They need to speed up FB. And let's jump into Simon Sanchez, do the temporary building, and move on. And the temporary buildings, for some of you that are not aware of, they already, I think the model they're going to be using is what's being used in Saipan already. They got some nice buildings for classrooms, and they'll be able to meet the requirements that's needed on Guam. And with that, I stand in full support. I'm just hoping DOE will pick up the speed and move on with this. Thank you.
On the amendment, Senator Burnett.
So just want to see, Mr. Chair, I-A-Day temporary. How many of us went to school in temporary classrooms that were around for 20, 30 years? So I just had to start with this, that laughing at our definition of temporary. As far as the timeline on this project, I met with Superintendent Wampat, I want to say back in January, or it might have been late last year, but I had asked her about this project because they've been talking about building this temporary campus up at Jigo by the old Simon Sanchez for a while, but it was contingent upon the funding from FEMA. So the superintendent did share that they had received the $8 million in funding. But she also was very optimistic about the timeline and told me that she thought these temporary classrooms would be finished by July. And so now I'm seeing that there was a legislative fix that was needed for that. And I support the amendment because the sooner we can get these temporary classrooms up, the sooner the Simon Sanchez students can return to Jigo. My staff was at Tizan High School this week assisting the Simon Sanchez Sharks with the move-in. They got a lot of equipment that they've moved from their old home at JFK to their new home at Tizan, but I'm very sure that we're all in agreement they need to return to their real home in Jigo. And so as soon as we could get these temporary classrooms built, and I'm hoping that it would be in this school year, but you know, just judging from the delays and the challenges, I'm anticipating hopefully that we could have this in place for the start of the next school year, so the Simon Sanchez students can return to Jigo. And also in conversation with Superintendent Wampat, she had shared that there's some intention or idea to share part of the FB Leon Guerrero campus. I'm not sure if it's going to be the gym or whatever, but again, this is the interim solution to bringing the Sharks back to their home village of Jigo so that they can occupy these temporary classrooms, maybe do some kind of share situation with FB Leon Guerrero, but ideally stay in Jigo and be in Jigo while we construct the new Simon Sanchez High School, whenever that may be. So I rise in support of the amendment, again, because it will get us one step closer to bringing the Sharks back home to Jigo. So Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on the amendment.
On the amendment, Senator Gumatato, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. If the author of the amendment will yield, is the location the current Atdes transitional housing area?
Does the proffer move, yield? Ranking member.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, is the location on the map, is it the current Atdes transitional housing area?
I'm not sure.
That's the name of the Guam Housing Corporation. It's like there's a couple buildings there across from FBLG.
I'll answer the question, yes.
Oh, thank you.
Those are apartment buildings.
Yes, yeah, that's ATDES, the transitional
ATDES,
housing.
yes.
And so I just want to rise in support of the amendment. I think that we don't have to look very far. Thankfully, FEMA has been able to act to be able to pump in money for this particular project, Mr. Chair. And I will say that I'm a little more curious of the cooperation that the Guam Department of Education will have with FEMA and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. I had a chance several years ago after the August 2023 Maui wildfires to visit Sacred Heart School on Maui and the construction effort that was done there. In that school area, which is in Kaanapali in West Maui, they built about 13 classrooms, $2.5 million as temporary classrooms. Interestingly, this is much bigger, but I think we can be reassured, and my colleague from EPAN will probably be more comforted knowing that once the project is built and it's completed, its use, and the kids from Sanchez return, then the entire area will get reclaimed to be given right back to the government of Guam to be used as the ATDES transitional housing area, so that the Guam Housing Corporation does not lose the ability to be able to house people in other types of emergencies that may befall our community. So I do stand in strong support of the amendment, and I do look forward to seeing this particular project punch forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, Senator Tadigui, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the author of the amendment. I'm trying to look if there is anything in here that, or maybe it was in the public law that was passed earlier, but is there a plan put in place on location, infrastructure, the type of building that's supposed to be erected for these classrooms? Do they already have a plan in place? Not a plan, but I mean really engineering the A&E section of this.
Does the ranking member yield?
As to my understanding, Hungan.
Hungan, the answer is yes.
Okay, so there is already a plan in place. And the estimated amount on this, because we know this was quite a while ago, the $8 million, and you know, inflation, we all know what inflation has done, everything costs so much more. So is there, is this $8 million up to par with today's time of cost, or was this $8 million done 2 years ago?
To my Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
To my understanding, if we don't act on this quickly, we may have the opportunity to lose the funds. So there is a criticalness on working on the utilization of the money that has been given to us by FEMA. That's why this amendment is critical.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. And just the last question, if that's the case, then if there is a plan in place, is the $8 million going to be enough to cover this project to put it up, or are they going to be coming back to this body to ask for additional funding?
Ranking member?
I can't speak for the superintendent of DOE, Mr. Chair. I do know that if there's any change orders, of course, things and prices may change. Construction supplies continue to rise, especially with all the storms that we've been having. But I was informed that the criticalness and the resources with FEMA on this $8 million was supposed to suffice the temporary facilities that need to be built immediately. So I could not answer you definitely without first going back to the superintendent. But the way I understand it was for us to be able to utilize that, and they have everything in place.
Senator Tadigui, you recognize.
I appreciate trying to answer the questions that I had, but you know, we throw these amendments in front of us and just say, okay, everyone's going to have a good day and everything's going to be okay without any crossing of the T's or dotting the I's, because the subject matter is just at the forefront. But the plan, the execution, is what puts a lot of delays in these projects. And the last thing Simon Sanchez needs is more delays. The last thing they need. So we need to see this plan that DOE has. We need to know if it's going to cost more than $8 million, because right now is the time to ask for that additional funding. Supposedly we have excess revenue coming our way. And we have to ensure, not say that, oh, I don't know, I have to ask. I mean, it's important to let us know. $8 million for a project that they were putting together, estimating at $8 million, happened, what, how many, 3 years ago? Marwa is 3 years ago, right? Marwa? 2023? Change orders, they talk about change orders. So I hope we follow through with this, and I hope that the good author of this amendment actually takes a little bit more time to provide us all the information, the plans that are set up, the costs that it's going to incur, and give it to this body while we're in budget session moving forward. So there will not be any more delays because of cost. We already know that, Mr. Chair, I was looking up where it says, without further legislative authority, the Guam Housing Corporation and the Guam Rental Corporation are authorized to borrow such sums as may be necessary for construction of the units and may secure such loans with any real property owned by either corporation. You know, I was wondering, what exactly does that mean, that they have the $8 million in FEMA money, so now they can go out and they're authorized to go get loans? First preference for rental of the units so developed shall be given to persons who are landless and who have been verified homeless as a result. Okay, this is talking about the housing, not the school part of it. So I think, I mean, we all support this, of course. We all support Simon Sanchez and trying to get it up and running as soon as possible, sooner than later. But we've also ran into so many mistakes in trying to get that, get the school up and running for our students for so many years, because we're not crossing our T's or dotting our I's. So I hope we can get that information. Maybe the oversight chair can reach out and tell us what the plan is and if that $8 million is enough. If they need more, let us know now. We're in budget. So that being said, thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, anybody else? Senator Boer, you recognize.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. You know, I stand in support of this amendment. The Simon Sanchez, I know the ask from the superintendent is because, of course, this has a lot to do, or primarily is associated with the FBLG and moving Simon Sanchez back to their home village. But before I begin, I want to thank the author of the underlying amendment for bringing this forward, my co-chair, Ranking Member Senator Tina Muñoz-Barnes, for working collaboratively, a little tired, to move this important project ahead. Colleagues, the amendment before you is simply a clarifying amendment. The underlying amendment already accomplishes an important objective by authorizing GHC and GDOE to utilize the property for Simon Sanchez High School for a temporary campus, which I fully support this effort. However, there's one issue that we should eliminate before this bill leaves this body. As currently written, this amendment is written, there could be differing interpretations as to when this authority becomes effective, because this is contained within the Budget Act. Some could argue that these provisions do not become operative until October 1st at the start of the new fiscal year, which simply we cannot afford that delay. Every day matters if we're serious about getting these temporary classrooms in place so Simon Sanchez students can finally have an appropriate learning environment in their home village. More importantly, the government of Guam has the $8 million in FEMA funding available for this project. The funds are time sensitive and we cannot move forward with the planning, procurement, site preparation, and construction immediately, and we risk losing that federal funding altogether. The amendment I'm proposing is going to remove any uncertainty by making it crystal clear that these specific provisions take effect immediately upon enactment, upon the governor's signature, It allows GDOE and GHC to execute the necessary agreements immediately and begin the work without waiting for any question about the effective date of the overall Budget Act. This does not change the substance of the underlying amendment. It does not expand its scope. It simply provides legal clarity so the agencies can move forward without hesitation. Colleagues, this is about eliminating ambiguity, avoiding unnecessary delays, projecting $8 million in protecting $8 million in federal funding and getting classrooms ready for our students as quickly as possible. Mr. Chair, I think the amendment should be passed out, clerks.
On the amendment, we've been doing it based on language. So can you read the language again, and we'll take the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're going to add a section. Immediate effectiveness, notwithstanding any other provision of law or this act, the provisions of section blank and section blank of this chapter relating to the Guam Housing Corporation, the Guam Department of Education, including the authorization to enter into a memorandum of agreement or other legal instrument, and the amendment to section 1B of Public Law 21-146 shall be effective immediately upon enactment of this act to permit the immediate planning, procurement, preparation, construction, installation, and use of temporary classroom facilities for Simon Sanchez High School. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I ask my colleagues for their support.
On to the amendment to the amendment.
Is this everything that, oh, sorry.
Yes, Senator Tadigui, you recognize.
I'm just trying to follow along. Everything that the amendment to the amendment that he read is the whole entire amendment adding to the amendment?
It's just being passed out, ma'am. You should have it in your hands now.
And this is under V. Borja?
Yes, that is Senator Borja's amendment.
Oh, okay, because the amendment that I just got is from Senator San Augustine. That's why I'm still, I think they're passing out that one, not the one from Mr. Borja.
1 minute recess.
Okay.
Does everybody have the Borja amendment?
No, they were passing out the wrong amendment, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. The amendment that's also being passed out will be for the correction that's coming forward with the San Augustine amendment with leave, but I understand why that issue is what it is. Okay, it looks like the proper amendment's coming out, so we're in recess. We're back in session in the Committee of the Whole. On the amendment, senators, on the amendment. Senator Borah, on your amendment. So on Senator Borah's amendment, anybody wish to speak?
So we didn't get the back page.
Essentially, senators, what this amendment is doing is ensuring, like we've been talking about, the effective date of this act is October 1st. It's the fiscal year 2027 budget. This amendment is to clarify that for this section, it will be effective immediately so that they are able to begin whatever processes they need to acquire so that the school, which is the double underline, becomes an eligible use for the property, and that they can begin the process of using that $8 million to start moving on the temporary classrooms. Is that clear? Okay, on that amendment, is there anyone who wishes to speak? Senator Barnett, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, I don't have an issue with the amendment. I just wanted to say that the author of the amendment had said that he was hoping this would go into effect when the governor puts her signature on the bill. And it's very clear that the governor does not intend to put her signature on the bill. So I just ask the colleagues to consider that timeline of enactment.
Yes, Senator, whatever happens to the bill, the fact is if it does become law, then this goes into effect prior. If it doesn't, then we'll have another 2 weeks of fun. On the amendment, anticipating that the bill passes and gets signed or lapses, seeing and hearing no objections, amendment carries. On the main motion, Senator Borah, you're recognized.
No further. Thank you, Mr.
Any
Chair.
objections to the main amendment? Seeing and hearing none, amendment passes. Senator San Augustine, you are recognized to correct on your correction to the amendment, which I will read out once again, that we were working on. Senator Borah's amendment for leave, distribution of excess leave. And so the amendment from JSSA is JSSA L11 P17 4A. Senator San Augustine, you're recognized, and please explain your amendment. And once again, colleagues, we are back on the amendment to L11 P174 IV.
Now, this is the amendment that existed. Now I'm going to ask to withdraw it and introduce a new amendment which fixes up the issues I need to fix up. Administrative oversight. So
this is the new amendment to the Borah amendment. Colleagues, please follow along. Senator San Augustine, please discuss your new amendment. First of all, let's go ahead and withdraw your prior amendment.
Yes, please.
On the motion to withdraw his prior amendment to the Borah amendment on leave. Are there any objections? Hearing, seeing none. Senator San Augustine, you are now recognized on the new amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, the new amendment is you'll find on page 2. It's really focused towards the transfer of percentage or portion, but I'm going to be amending that it'll be transfer up to 320 hours of the employee's annual leave accumulated in excess of the statutory carryover limit to the employer's accumulated sick leave. That's the amendment to the amendment. Because initially it was you can transfer all or a portion. And as I spoke with my colleagues here, they said, reduce fund. So I said, yes. Then we go to 320 hours, and that's a reasonable number of hours. It almost equals what you can accumulate anyway. And it's a one-shot transfer. You have to do it, and you have up to September 30, 2027 to choose one of the following. Transfer, use or lose, or transfer, so you got something you put aside.
So, Senators, once again, on the main amendment, we are basically giving another year to consider this leave policy, and also there are bills pending that will be heard in August. But in the meantime now, not only just a year, we will allow for, during that same period of time, a one-time shot, 320 hours of sick leave to be or the leave to be transferred to sick leave. On the amendment, to the amendment. Annual to sick, correct. Excess annual to sick, 320 hours, one-shot deal. Senator Tula, you recognize.
Yeah, when we were discussing this the last time, we were talking about what impact this is going to have. According to Paulette, the retirement fund, for certain employees, this is all going to come out of their agency's funds. I just want to put that on the record. So that is the effect of it. It's like that payment or whatever is going to come out of the agency.
On the amendment to the amendment. Anyone else? Okay, we'd like to close. Senator Snoggstein. On the amendment to the amendment, no objections. Amendment carries. On the main amendment as amended, Senator Burnett, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the amendment, which I'm hoping to support after I amend it. I'd just like to proffer the following amendment, Mr. Chair. I think it's a considerable compromise if we respect the leave, the annual leave that our hardworking government of Guam employees have accrued. The law says nothing above 320, but it's been obviously been the practice of all the agencies in the government to continue to allow these employees to accrue annual leave. And Mr. Chair, in speaking with the employees, and I think that's really what's missing in this whole discussion is no one is looking at this through the perspective of the employees. We did hear in the public hearing for Senator Borja's bill that Director Arreola at DPW had said there was a shouting match because these employees feel like they have worked hard to accrue this annual leave and they don't want to be told how they can or can't use it. And that's why I introduced a bill relative to this issue that raised the cap to 620 hours, which in consultation with the Department of Administration was a pretty reasonable raise. We've heard, anecdotally all the different stories about employees with 2,000 hours, employees with 1,000 hours. If I'm not mistaken, some of those employees in public safety might be exempt from the leave cap. But I think it's reasonable, and it also takes into consideration that this is employees' hard-earned annual leave that we're talking about. Some employees who have accrued in excess of 320 hours tell me that, their plan when they reach their retirement is to take all of that leave before they retire. And by raising the cap to 620 hours, and this is just talking about the number of hours that the employees are allowed to accrue. This does nothing to the payout amount, which is set at 320 hours, Mr. Chair. If my colleagues want to go through the DOA website, if you go to the personnel actions and you see any personnel action from anyone who's retiring from any of the line agencies, you'll see that it says right there, annual leave to be paid out in a lump sum not to exceed 320 hours. And unfortunately, that was one of the reasons that the chair gave for not publicly hearing my bill, was he cited some fiscal considerations. But my bill and my amendment to this amendment does nothing to impact or affect the number of leave hours that employees can cash out when they separate from the government. That's an entirely different section, a little bit further down the line from what this amendment is addressing, and that remains at 320 hours. So when we consider the hardworking government employees who have amassed these amounts of annual leave, a lot of them work in areas where they're just not able to take leave, and some of them are bus drivers, some of them are school aides, and so, Mr. Chair, although I understand the intention of this amendment, I think also from the employees' perspective, we should respect this leave that they have earned by working hard for the people of Guam. And I say, let's raise the cap to 620 hours and then also give them a year to exhaust that leave, because, Mr. Chair, the alternative is we're going to have to come back here in the next budget cycle and address this again, because simply speaking, there are going to be many employees who aren't going to be able to take this leave from now until a year from now. You know, we're short bus drivers, we're short school aides, we're short in a lot of critical positions, and some of the employees in these positions have significant hours of leave because they're not able to take off. So again, just speaking on behalf of the government of Guam employees who have shared these concerns with me, whether they're bus drivers or school aides or you know, employees in education, I think that we should respect the leave that they have earned. And I ask my colleagues to support this compromise, which incorporates parts of the bill that I had introduced that wasn't heard, and then parts of the bill that Senator Borja has moved forward in this amendment. And so my amendment to the amendment would be simply in Section 1 to strike out the 320 hours, both written and numeric, and replace it with 620 hours.
On the amendment to the amendment, anyone wish to speak? Are there any objections to the amendment to the amendment? There is an objection. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please raise your hand. Amendment fails. On the amendment as amended, are there any objections? Senator Borja, you need to close. Okay. There's an objection to the amendment as amended. All in favor of the amendment as amended, please indicate by raising your hand. That's Joe's amendment, correct. All in favor, please raise your hand. Yes, and we have closed. He waived closing as amended. We were on San Augustine's amendment to Borja's main amendment. San Augustine's amendment has already passed. Yes. We are on the main motion. That's why Senator Barnett was speaking on the main motion. On the main motion, there's an objection. All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment passes. Colleagues, we have exhausted.
Mr. Chair, I would like to, notwithstanding rules, I would like to reconsider the action of the body on an amendment.
There's an, what amendment is that, Senator Paris?
It's the Streetlight Fund.
There's been a motion to reconsider the actions on the Streetlight Fund amendment. All in favor, indicate by raising your hand. Motion fails. Colleagues, we are done with Chapter 12.
Mr. Chair, please, you gavelled way too fast. They raised their hand. I don't think you took a full count.
We did. There was 4.
No, there wasn't, Mr. Chair. There was more than 4.
Once again, we'll vote again on the reconsider the actions on the Streetlight Fund. Please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment passes. We are now to reconsider the actions on the body on the Streetlight Fund. Objection? All in favor?
Sorry, can I speak on it?
We are just going to vote on it, Senator. On the motion to accept and pass the Streetlight Fund Amendment as proffered by Senator Paris. All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand.
Mr. Chair, is there an opportunity to open?
No, we reconsidered the actions. It's the actions that we're reconsidering. All in favor of the reconsider of the actions on the vote on the Streetlight Fund, please indicate by raising your hands. Motion passes. Colleagues, we have concluded Chapter 12. We are going to Chapter 13.
Wait,
yes.
there was, our colleague here is trying to get your attention.
Senator Bora.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion notwithstanding the rules to reconsider the actions of the body of the amendment for the charter schools, TMB SSM.
What is the action that you're calling for?
To reconsider the actions of the body, the vote, the passing of the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Are you saying that it didn't pass?
It didn't pass. No, to reconsider the vote.
On the motion to reconsider the vote on which amendment?
The TMB SSM.
TMB SSM. What amendment is that?
That is the charter school amendment to Chapter 12, notwithstanding provision Part 3, Chapter 2 of this Act pursuant to GCA, the Department
Which did pass, correct?
It passed, Mr. Chair.
So,
Mr. Chair, point of information, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, if I may. If we play the tape back, you'll see that there was a lot of confusion on this, especially as the oversight chair of education. We really didn't have a chance to discuss one section of it where it says it allows the funding to go to every single one of these charter schools, regardless if they only have 200 students, but their allotment is 780. So it really was a mistake on my end, and I don't want to see us having to give funding to a school that only is housing 100, but yet their allotment on here requires us to give them what they're allotted, like 565. So that can't fly. So anyways, thank you, Mr.
on the
Chair.
motion to reconsider the actions on the charter school amendment, all in favor, please indicate by raising your hand.
Man. No. Come on, guys.
I'm seeing 7 votes. Those on the floor voting, there is 7 votes. Motion fails.
Mr. Chair,
That's
Senator
it.
Barnett was in the back. Okay. Okay.
So he's not supporting it. The motion fails. Colleagues, we are done with chapter 12. We are now going to chapter 13. Chapter 13 is open. We have floor amendments on chapter 13. Does anybody want to discuss chapter 13 before we go to the floor amendments? Seeing, hearing none. Colleagues, we are now on the floor amendments on chapter 13. On chapter 13, we start with the First Amendment, JAL. 1 minute recess.
Fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong Joe. Wrong Joe. Senator Lujan, you're recognized.
It's the wrong Joe.
The wrong Joe. Joseph Lujan. Go ahead, Senator Lujan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, yeah, this is on line, the amendment's on line 10, page 175, to amend section 1 of chapter 13, administrative provisions of the this bill, right? And actually, basically, Mr. Chair, this amendment restores the authority of the GVB board directors.
Colleagues, please. Colleagues, please order in the House. We're entertaining an amendment.
Can I start over?
Yes, Senator.
Can you restore my time, please?
Start from the top with this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this amendment restores the authority of the GV Board of Directors to approve off-island travel paid for by the Tourist Attraction Fund. This is the same policy that this body passed in Bill 275-38. That bill passed on March 27, 2026, and was vetoed on April 8, 2026. The underlying issue has not gone away, Mr. Chairman. The amendment says that if GVB travel is being paid for by public tourism dollars, then the Board of Directors should approve it, and the General Manager must submit a written report that includes the purpose of the travel, key performance indicators used to measure the outcomes, and the participants and the total costs. This is a budget bill, Mr. Chairman, and we are talking about how public funds are spent, so this is exactly the right place to put spending controls and accountability measures, Mr. Chair. GVB's job is too important for us to operate on assumptions. Tourism supports businesses, workers, families, the airport, hotels, restaurants, retail, and the overall health of our economy. If we are spending money to rebuild tourism, then those dollars need to be tied to strategy and measurable results. This amendment does not stop travel. It does not micromanage GVB. It simply says travel must be justified, approved by the board, and reported back with outcomes. The committee report on Bill 279-38 made it clear that this would strengthen oversight, align GVB governance with standard board management structures, and reinforce public confidence in the stewardship of the Tourist Attraction Fund resources. GVB board should not learn about travel after the fact. They should not be left answering questions when they were never briefed on. If the board is responsible for governance, then the board needs the tools to govern. The veto message itself acknowledged the accountability, Mr. Chair, in the use of public funds. And it's important and that reasonable safeguards promotes transparency and public confidence. The disagreement was not whether accountability matters, Mr. Chair. The disagreement was whether this standard should apply also to the Guam Visitors Bureau. I believe it absolutely should. GVB is not just another agency, Mr. Chair. It is responsible for our largest civilian economic driver. When visitor arrivals are struggling, when businesses and Tumas are hurting, and when the airport is under pressure, like it is, Mr. Chair, we were called in by the governor for a special session to bail out the Guam International Airport Authority, first time ever, Mr. Chair. And likewise, the board had just approved the passenger service fee, increasing it from $35 to $55 per passenger, Mr. Chair. That makes Guam's destination even less competitive and less desirable for folks to come to Guam that is already facing a challenge with markets that are already recovered or recovering greatly, Mr. Chair. So every travel dollar must have a purpose, Mr. Chair. So again, this is not an anti-travel amendment. If travel is necessary for airline negotiations, for destination marketing, trade shows, cultural promotion, or tourism recovery, then it should be able to withstand board review, Mr. Chair. This amendment brings the decision into the open. It puts the board on record. It creates a paper trail. It requires KPIs, key performance indicators, and it helps restore public trust, Mr. Chair. So with that, again, this is about basic governance, Mr. Chair. It is also about making sure that people's tourism dollars are spent responsibly, strategically, and transparently. And I ask, again, my colleagues to, again, support this amendment as they did when we passed Bill 279-38, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, Senator San Augustine, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the amendment, but we need to remember the reason why it was given to the general manager then, because the board wasn't meeting. And I'm only concerned if the board, I mean, maybe the oversight chair can tell us that the board is consistently meeting. But in the event they don't meet, that means taza travel, taza, nothing happens. So that's the only thing I'm concerned with. And maybe the oversight can talk about the board that they are meeting and whatever. And if they are, then great. But the intent for making it only general manager then was the board was not meeting. So if the oversight chair can respond, you. If not, yell, but you.
Does the oversight chair yield? Senator Lujan.
I'll yield to the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question as well. Yes, the board meets regularly, and if not myself, my chief of staff or a policy person will be in that meeting as well. It's fully boarded, and thanks to the speaker as well that had his appointees sit on the board. So it's fully boarded, and they, again, meet on a regular basis. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, then I have no objection to that amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, Senator Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment. I supported the bill when it came through the chamber before. But I got to reiterate what I said then when I'm saying now, is there's nothing wrong with this principle, but it seems we are selectively enforcing it. We're switching it to the general manager when that person's our pari or our godzu. But we're going to switch it back to the board when we don't like it. And so, I mean, I got to ask a rhetorical question. If we have a Republican governor, a Republican majority, are we going to come back in here and change it back to the general manager because we like who the general manager is? So I don't mind this provision. Like I said, I supported it before, and I supported it now. But I don't think this is necessarily good governance when we're being so capricious with our policies. If it's good for one, it's good for the other. And I support this change if this is where the body wants to go. But let's try to be consistent, my colleagues. With that, I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, Senator Lujan amendment, Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Si just want to see, Mr. Chair, good evening to the people of Guam watching on our YouTube channel. While we're on the subject of the Guam Visitors Bureau and travel, I just have to echo the concerns of community members about the lack of oversight relative to the explosive allegations recently of sexual and criminal nature. And I also just want to state on the record, I agree with the retiring speaker. In fact, I think the last time we discussed this, I raised the same points that when it was Uncle Carl who was in charge of GVB, so many of the senators were holding his hand to go off island and go to the, according to some reports, go to the brothel. I mean, I don't know if the senators went to the brothel, but there was definitely some brothel visiting happening on this trip. And there was virtually no oversight during the former governor's tenure as the president and CEO of the Guam Visitors Bureau. So again, I just think it's interesting, and it's very indicative of the good old boys network that we see here in the legislature and really across the government of Guam, that, you know, now that our Godzu and our political mentor is no longer in charge at the Bureau, all of us sardines, we want to be transparent, we want to talk about studying tourism, we want to do all these things that nobody was doing when the former governor was heading the Bureau. So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to put these thoughts on the record and reiterate the call from many in our community for true transparency, accountability, and oversight of the Bureau relative to the explosive allegations and the related court case, Mr. Chair. Si Jos Masi.
On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Talai, you recognize.
Yes. So this authority that be the board of directors instead of the general manager that approves travel used to be the standard for decades until it was changed in the last few years. I objected at that time to the change. So I support this change back to the directors. I do think, though, that the directors really do have the authority and the ability to control a lot, or what's going on at GVB through their authority to approve the budget and the priorities of their budget, and that would include travel. So I don't think their hands were tied, and I think that they could have been more active in all of this if they had any issues with it. And I agree with the previous speaker about this is one small thing, is who gets to approve the travel versus really huge allegations regarding what's happened on this travel and what has happened to employees of the agency that I think really needs some oversight. And that has been promised, I think, for several months now, but has not occurred.
On the amendment, anyone else? Senator Lund, you'd like to close?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you know what? I don't know what they're talking about, lack of oversight. I think my agencies and between the Visitors Bureau and Guam Airport Authority, we've had probably most oversights. And, you know, there was a retiring speaker or actually there was the author of the amendment that gave it to the general manager to make the decisions. And his reasoning, of course, you heard him earlier say, because the board was not, they weren't having quorum to meet, and that it was changed because of that. Let me say that, yes, in the last legislature, the 37th Guam Legislature, I was the vice chair of that committee. When they opened up the market as well, when they reopened the Japan office, the GVB Japan office, the chair was not available to travel to open that. The general manager had asked myself as the vice chair and also asked Senator Tello Taidagui as the former deputy general manager to help open up the Japan office. So we were there, we were asked to help open it up and make the presentation that, again, we were welcoming tourists back to Guam. We did that. We were gone, I think, for 2 days. We came back here. There was no brothels. I know I didn't attend any brothels, and I'm sure Senator Tello did not go to any brothels as well. So, and the oversights in regards to the allegations, those questions were posed and were asked. There were numerous questions that were asked. They were answered in the sense that they were advised by their legal counsel that they were not to answer any questions regarding the alleged situation that happened with the Guam Visitors Bureau. So with that, again, Mr. Chairman, I ask my colleagues to support, again, this amendment that we had already passed back in March. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, any objections to the amendment? Amendment passes. Colleagues, the next amendment is VAA L10 P193, proposed by Vice Speaker Ada. Vice Speaker, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is you know, every time a typhoon or other declared emergency happens here on our island, we ask a great number of dedicated government employees to report to work. Our police officers, our firefighters, corrections officers, healthcare workers, utility crews, public works employees, staff from the mayor's office, and many others that answer the call without hesitation. They work long hours under difficult conditions to protect our communities, often while their own families were sheltered at home and in many cases before they even had an opportunity to secure their homes before the typhoons. And after a storm passes, their work is far from over. They immediately begin assessing the damage, restoring essential services, clearing the roads, operating shelters, distributing supplies, and helping our community recover. And once again, many do so before they have had the opportunity to assess damages at their own homes and beginning putting their families' lives back together. And we witnessed this, and we all witnessed that commitment during the passage of Typhoon Bobby and Sinlaku. And I want to thank all those who have served before, during, and after the storm to help prepare our island, protect our communities, and restore essential services. Their dedication and sacrifice are deeply appreciated and by this body and by the people of Guam. And yet too often, Mr. Chair, after the emergency has passed, many of these employees wait weeks, months, and sometimes even longer to receive overtime that they have already earned because the government is waiting for funding or federal reimbursement. Mr. Chairman, this amendment does not create a new overtime benefit, nor does it appropriate additional funds or authorize spending beyond existing appropriation. Instead, it establishes a clear process and accountability framework to help ensure approved emergency overtime is processed as quickly as possible. If an emergency has sufficient funding, if an agency has sufficient funding, employees should be paid promptly. If an agency does not have sufficient funding, it can no longer be simply wait for the federal government. Instead, the agency must promptly notify the governor and the legislature so a funding solution can begin immediately, with accountability and transparency every step of the way. At the end of the day, this amendment is about fairness. When the government asks its employees to put our community first during the greatest time of need, the government has a responsibility to do everything within its power to ensure that they are paid for the work they have already performed. Mr. Chair, I ask respectfully for my colleagues for support on this amendment. Thank you.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I thank the author of this amendment for the work he's done, and he's absolutely right. I am in full support of this. However, you know, we want to make sure that this becomes the standard for compensation during the times of emergency, and so that there is no there is no confusion that this standard, which should continue past the fiscal year, actually, I'd like to make a simple amendment, is in the areas where it says fiscal year 2027, it should be for every year, and not just for fiscal year 2027. I don't want that to be construed in that fashion. So I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment in striking out every place that says fiscal year 2027, to say, just to say from now on. So as an example, just at the start, just make it emergency overtime prompt payment and reporting accountability requirements instead of just the fiscal year.
On that amendment, everybody understand the amendment? So what do you want to do, strike 2027?
Strike fiscal year 2027, because I don't want this to be construed that this is the only time that this act will be in effect is for fiscal year 2027.
So there's an amendment to strike through fiscal year 2027. That's at section 2027, or section 27, correct?
That's right.
On the amendment to the amendment.
Question?
Senator Perez, you recognize.
Yeah, point of inquiry to the author of the amendment. If the author can explain why just 2027?
They
Do you
want
yield,
that to me?
Mr. Speaker? Yeah.
No,
Do you yield?
the
Mr.
author of the amendment,
Oh,
not
the
the
author of
amendment
the-
to the amendment, yeah. I
The
just
author
wanted-
of the amendment, you want to, you,
Vice Speaker,
not-
you're recognized. Do you yield?
Yeah, so the question is, why was it limited to 2027 here?
Well, my intent was just to make it for this upcoming FY 2027. However, I don't oppose to the Speaker's amendment to just strike out fiscal year 2027 and just make this a standard at all times to ensure that prompt overtime payment is done to our employees of the government in Guam when they come in and are called to help and be there for our island and our people.
Senator Perez, you're still recognized.
Yeah, so, sorry, I think it's Speaker, right? I just had that.
Oh, that was your only question? Okay.
Yes.
We're back to you, Speaker. And just colleagues, for your information, legal would probably have done this anyways, but we will do it also on the last page on applicability. There's fiscal year 2027 there as well, so we'll strike through that.
can I take a 1 minute recess? Dr. Legal?
Sure, 1 minute recess.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I rise to a point of order. A member just took an unauthorized photograph of legislative files on this floor.
Okay.
It's absolutely
Can
out
you
of order.
repeat that?
Point of order. Once again, Senator Gumitato.
A member took an unauthorized photograph
Point
of
of personal
legislative
privilege,
files
Mr.
on
Chair.
this floor.
Let him finish.
Okay.
Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you. I took a picture of the vote sheet, which is publicly available when we complete the session. It's a public document, Mr. Chair. I don't see the issue with taking a photograph of
We're
it.
still in session. You're still in the committee of the whole.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
This
We
is out
have
of
an
order,
immunity
Mr. Chair.
as senators. We have
Absolutely
immunity. There's
unacceptable.
nothing stopping us from taking any photos we want. We have an immunity on here. Ask Tom Fisher.
Point of order has been noted. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, after conferring with the legal counsel, and to answer the question brought on by the gentlelady from Barragata, the purpose of this is while we are addressing this in the fiscal year 2027 budget, it is my desire and at the will of the body to actually make this a standard for payment to emergency payment for any disaster, whether it be fiscal 2027 and beyond. So that is the purpose as to why I wanted to remove that language or any reference to fiscal year 2027. It does not affect it other than making sure that it's a standard.
So, Mr. Speaker, are you complete with your
I was
amendment and
answering to
testimony?
her.
Yes, and
Okay.
I think we cleared that up earlier. Are you?
I'm
okay. She only asked that question, and we're done with that. So,
yes, sir.
have you completed your?
Other than that, I fully support this.
Thank you.
Okay.
On the amendment to the amendment, which will Yes, Senator San Augustine, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to identify that I do support this, and that for some of my colleagues that excuse me, remember a few years back when police officers were complaining they weren't getting the proper payment. And this now would standardize that when there's a typhoon, you all get paid. Same special pay and get paid timely. And with that, I fully support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment to the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing here none, any objections to the amendment to the amendment?
I just have a question.
Oh, excuse me, I withdraw the gavel. Yes.
Yeah, I was raising my hand.
Yes, Senator Paris, sometimes I can't see you. Senator
Yeah.
Burnett's a pretty big guy.
Yeah, I just, the part about prohibition against delay due to budget shortfall. I guess if there's no money, how do we, I know it says it in there that.
So Senator, you're doing that on the main motion, right? Because we passed the amendment already?
Oh, are we talking on the main motion or are we on the amendment to the amendment?
The amendment to the amendment passed.
Okay, so we're talking about the main motion now.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I guess the question I have is if the author of the amendment as amended just can explain subsection C, because I guess the concern is, let's say we have a series of emergencies, you know, our funding, we don't have funding, and there's a prohibition against delay due to budget shortfalls. So how do we resolve that issue?
Does the author yield?
Yes, thank you for that question. And I believe that, you know, as we've done with these past several storms, we've appropriated prior to the storms. And again, they call us into session to do post appropriation. These are the times that these agencies and departments need to bring it up to the governor if their agency is short in paying out these emergency overtimes payment that is due to the individuals.
Senator Perez, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. And so I'm just kind of thinking also about the situation with the, you know, the question costs and the inability for OCD, OHS, right, to receive reimbursement for personnel or staffing. And that was due to insufficient documentation. I know we appropriated money to the agency for personnel costs. I guess the concern is if we do use federal funds and we don't have documentation, proper documentation, let's say we use the federal funds for emergency purposes. I mean, the situation could happen again, right, where the federal government will not reimburse us. And let's hope that doesn't happen. Yeah, I guess I'm just still thinking about this part that we have appropriated money before because we had money. But when we don't have money, I guess that's the situation. And just how to reconcile that. I'm just still trying to reconcile that. So if the author of the amendment can provide some insight, I appreciate that.
In addition to the, you know, the governor has transfer authority, so, you know, they should be able to cover any shortfalls within any department or agency that is not, that has any, is lacking payment to their employees for these emergency issues.
Senator Perez, you have the floor.
Yeah, I hear what he's saying. Just I still need to think it through. Thank you.
Sure. On the amendment, as amended, Senator Burnett, you recognize?
Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on the amendment. I wanted to ask the author if he would yield if we're currently in a state of emergency.
Does the author yield? Vice Speaker, are we in a state of emergency?
Not currently. We're not currently in a state of emergency.
I think he says no.
Okay. No, I only ask because as of today, there are still hundreds of residents in shelters, Tier 2 shelters, one in Ora Chalampago, and then I think a couple in the north. So we continue to have employees working at these shelters. And I was just concerned that if we're not under a state of emergency, these employees are clearly doing emergent duties tied to the super typhoon's passage. So I just worry and I'm concerned that these employees would not be protected by a lot of the mandates contained in this language. I mean, it's bad enough, Mr. Chair, that I've heard from GDOE employees about shenanigans with them getting paid for their duty at the shelters during the super typhoon passage and in the days after, which is absolutely unconscionable. And so I only raise this concern because, and I don't have an amendment prepared, but I worry for these employees who are responding to this storm still, even though we're not in a state of emergency. They are manning these shelters at different locations around the island. So maybe if the author would yield, are those employees who continue to work hard in response to the impacts and effects of Super Typhoon Bobby or any super typhoon, really, would those employees be covered by the protections offered in this amendment?
Thank you for that question. And yes, they should be, because when they first were initiated into the emergency situation when Typhoon Bobby came through, that should cover them into this state and into this time period that we currently have right now. So they should be covered.
Senator Burnett, you still have the floor.
Yes, he just wants to see, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to ask those questions of the author, and I don't see any issue with the amendment. I think, you know, any issues we might see would come when the reports start coming in, and, you know, hopefully when the reports do come in, should this pass, of course, the information will show that the employees are protected and being paid their rightfully deserved emergency overtime pay. Sidos Masi.
You're welcome. Senator Lon? Okay. On the main motion, as amended, Senator Gumitato, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to help my colleague from EPAN, that when the governor did sign her emergency declaration, it says this in one declaration of state of emergency. A state of emergency is hereby declared for the island of Guam in anticipation of the approach of tropical storm Bobby. This executive order shall take effect immediately and shall remain in effect for 90 days unless extended. Mr. Chair, that is the case with all emergency declarations that are entered into in the U.S. territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the main motion as amended, anyone else wish to speak? Seeing hearing none, Vice Speaker, you can close. He waives closing on the amendment. Amendment passes. Senator Lujan, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, notwithstanding the House rules, I motion to work past 10 p.m.
Yes, there's a motion to stop the clock. Any objections? Seeing hearing none, we'll continue on and we will go past 10. Senators, we are now on Amendment SFP L17 P178. Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment is a bill that was proffered and had a public hearing in July 7th, 2025. And so what this does, it expands the use of the Guam Environmental Trust Fund. And so currently, it limits its use to clean up hazardous materials, restore and repair damage done to Guam's environment, to collect, transport, process, and dispose of household waste in accordance with provisions of the ORDOT Dump Consent Decree Supplemental Environmental Project. And that's what is limited, it's limited to use. In addition, it puts caps on what is used for emergency response. So as of the current law, it states that the Guam EPA cannot spend more than $5,000 for the purposes of assessment, cleaning up hazardous materials, restoring and repairing damage done to the Guam's environment. The other thing it does, it limits its ability to use the fund. Up to 25% of the funds may be utilized for programs relative to prevention of environmental problems, promotion of keeping a safe and healthy environment. So what this bill does, it expands its use at the recommendation by Guam EPA. So the additional uses are to conduct activities related to the improvement, compliance, and enforcement of the Safe Drinking Water Act, water quality, air quality, hazardous waste management, recycling, environmental monitoring and analysis, environmental planning, technical assistance and training in accordance with the applicable Guam and federal laws and regulations. What it also does, so yeah, it removes the cap of 5,000, which had to be legislatively appropriated. So it takes out that language. And in its place, it would have to, it requires board approval. So the use of funds for emergency procurements greater than what is held in, so it allows for reserve for emergency response, and that anything used above what's in the reserve shall require board approval prior to expenditure of said funds. So it basically streamlines the process for emergency purposes. Since the creation of this law, there has been a reform to the emergency procurement. And so the language is added in here to ensure that the safeguards are in place that are aligned with our procurement law when it comes to emergency procurement. So the other thing it does, it requires that there should be a reporting of a detailed report of the itemized and total revenues, expenditures, and annual and cumulative balance of the Guam Environmental Trust Fund that shall be submitted to I Legislature in Guahan and I Magahagan Guahan for the fiscal year. And so, of course, this is supported by Guam EPA. They appreciate the expansion of its uses, considering that its mandates have increased considerably since the time of this bill was created. The one amendment that I would like to add, it was a word that has been left out from the original language. So the word that I would like to add is collect. So that's one of the things that the original language, it says to collect, transport, process, and dispose of household waste in accordance with provisions of the ORDOT Dump Consent Decree, Supplemental Environmental Project, and implement solid waste management activities to curb illegal dumping. And so the word collect on page 2, item 3 should be added to align it with what was originally there.
On the amendment to the amendment, to add the word collect on line, actually 1, 2, 3, top of the page there, right?
Yes.
3?
Yes, that's correct.
To add collect. Are there any objections to adding the word collect? No objections, so ordered. On the amendment as amendment, and continue. Author?
Yeah, so this is important because, again, mandates have increased. The other thing that EPA has...
That's actually your time.
Oh, that's my time.
Yeah,
okay.
so just, you can take care of that during closing. On the amendment as amended, anybody else wish to speak? Would you like to close, Senator, on your amendment? Okay, somebody else wants to speak? Ranking member, would you like to speak? Okay, you can close on your amendment, Senator.
Sure, yeah. So the one thing I wanted to add was that one of the things Guam EPA relayed to me is that they don't have funding to actually clean up illegal dump sites. And so this would, by including that language in there, specifically, it authorizes them to use this money for that. And so, again, this just gives them more flexibility to use this fund and to update the law so they can respond to emergencies more quickly as well as to allow them to use funds, to reserve some funds so that they have the proper equipment and personnel to do such. So again, I ask for my colleagues' support for this update of the law.
On the Perez Amendment as amended, any objections? Seeing and hearing none, amendment passes. Senators, we are on the last amendment in this section, and that is now the real Joe. JSSA L10 P193 II. Senator Joe San Agustin, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is a very simple one. This was a bill, bill that was signed into law. It's a public law, 38-115. All I'm doing is moving up the date because, you know, when it was passed by the colleagues, it always referred to helping business and individuals restart their lives, get them going. And that's all this tax amnesty will do is that. And one of the beauties for my colleagues, if you're looking for money, there's money here, okay? So when we're looking at how much money is supposedly still not collected, it's about, I think if I'm correct, it's about 200 million. And if you can bring in 50 or 60% of that money in, for all the things my colleagues would like to appropriate, that'll be one of the best things. And then when some of you that were previous oversight of revenue and tax and currently oversight of revenue and tax, it gives them a 10% cut of whatever they collect. And it can help their operation be hire more people, do their job hopefully more efficiently. And then we move on from there. That's all this amendment does. It just speeds it up. Instead of waiting for the department to decide when they want to open up, they got to open it up soon because we need to just get this done. And then from there on, they can decide when they want to reopen it up again. But at least this run is to get it going because I've inquired when you're going to start. It says, we're still looking at it. I don't know how much you need to look at it. Just open it up, get the application process going, start screening the applicants, and move on from there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I hope my colleagues will support this.
On the San Agustin Amendment, Senator Tadigui, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was actually speaking with the Director of Revenue Tax regarding the amnesty program and when it's planning to be implemented. And they said that it should be sometime in January that they're looking at implementing this. So when the original bill passed for this, there was no timeline put in there because Revenue Tax said that, I think the reason why it passed was because there was no timeline on when they were ready to implement the program, they could. If they could not, then they could not do it. So we gave them that leverage, that leeway to do so. And now, after talking to her and asking, well, probability again, and she says by January, December, January. So this 60 days is a lot shorter than January. So I'm not even sure if they're able to even implement it in 60 days because they're having issues. And a lot has to do with their reporting, the process, what they're doing right now with their with the program for their tax, their website. They're getting procurements ready for contracts on, people to assist them on the, it's not the FSM scenario, as well as the website. So, maybe we can extend this, but, I just don't know how we're going to force them to do something when they're already saying they're having a difficult time as it is right now to implement something. However, we did get a January date, so I just let the body know. Thank you.
On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing, hearing none, would you? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I think there was a correction to the amendment.
Okay, a correction to the amendment.
Ed is passing it out, but it just cleans it all up because.
So Sarge is passing out the cleanup amendment.
But it's very simple. It's still consistent with what I introduced, the effective date. And I can understand how my colleague said that the director says by January. Let's be real. Election will happen. There will be a different director in January. Okay, so I'd rather they start now, get it going, get it moving, and whatever happens after the election, we'll know whatever delay and excuse they'll have. But at least this allows them to get it going. Because, like I said, new administration is coming.
Okay. So, clean up on aisle 11. Everybody okay? On the amendment. Like to close, Senator? Are there any objections to the amendment? There is an objection to the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Take a little bit more time here. Please indicate by raising your hand. Raise them high, folks. I think we missed one last time. Okay, we have 10. Amendment carries. Colleagues, that is the last amendment in Chapter 13.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, can you, I know we had some time. I don't think the clerk had an opportunity to look at the video because of the last call. I think you missed some people on when their hands went up on that vote. So instead of going into the next one, if we can just go back to that.
Sure. Senator, I will close Chapter 13.
Okay.
So Chapter 13 is closed. I believe the only thing left is amnesty, or excuse me, severability. Let me see. And then I guess there's going to be a motion on the floor, which is fine.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if there should be a motion, just a question to you. Why there would be a motion when the count was already there? It was just a miscount on your end?
Yes, I understand, Senator. But we have to go back to the chapter.
Right, understand. Yes. So the reconsideration passed with 9 votes. Now we go back for the reconsideration, right? Is that what you mean,
yes,
Mr. Chair?
Okay. Senator, we need to go back to the chapter.
Yes, I understand.
So please make a motion to go back to Chapter 12.
Yes, Mr. Chair, did you do severability clause? Is that
I did not.
Okay, I'll wait
but
until
I
you're
closed 13, so we can still do it.
Okay. Then, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to go back to Chapter 12 for reconsideration.
On the motion to go back to Chapter 12 to reconsider because there was an error, and colleagues, like every other chair that's been up here, we rely on our good clerk. Senator Lujan, I think even when we go back to the camera, went like this, which is cool, but it's not like this. So sometimes it'll be missed. There's a chair right there in the middle. So we understand there was 8 votes for the reconsideration. So we are going on the motion to go back to Chapter 12 to entertain the reconsideration on an amendment. Are there any objections? On Senator Bora, can you please introduce the amendment? I believe it was your amendment.
No, Mr. Chair, if I may, since I'm already making the motion.
Please indicate what amendment we are going back for, Senator Tiger.
First, we have a motion to go back to Chapter 12. Are we already?
That's correct. So we have a motion to go back to Chapter 12. Are there any objections? Okay, there's an objection, so yes,
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
We're going back to Chapter 12 to do what?
We're going back to Chapter 12 to do a reconsideration of an amendment that had been in order with 8 votes that was missed by the clerk.
Okay. Can you at least tell us what amendment we're referring to that we're going back? I mean,
yes.
I'm looking to this thick pile.
There is going to be a yield to that, Senator San Agustin. Senator Tidigui,
On a
would
point
you
of
please?
information, Mr. Chair, please, with all due respect.
Yes,
You know,
ma'am.
I've been patient here. I'm just asking, The rules of engagement was after we closed the chapter on every section that we were not going to go back to it. So,
Notwithstanding, Mr. Chair, I ask that we make a motion, notwithstanding, to go back to Chapter 12 to adjust a mistake that was inadvertently, some people made votes on it and they weren't seeing, but the video clearly shows that they were seeing to give us the 8 votes for reconsideration. The amendment is TMB/SSM regarding charter schools. That's the amendment, Mr. Chair, that if anyone is asking. So again, I make a motion, notwithstanding, that we go back to Chapter 12 to fix a mistake of account that has been proven on the record, on the video, of a total of, if I'm not mistaken, it was 9 votes, Mr. Chair, but I'll just stick with the 8 to get us through. So that's my motion.
Senator,
Chair,
motions are always
can I
in
ask-
order. Yes. What is your question, Senator?
no, I want to ask for a moment's recess to confer with legal counsel in reference to this matter, and I'm just asking for a moment's recess. Because
Senator, motions are always in order. There is a motion on the floor at this point,
can't-
and I'm going to entertain a vote on that motion.
Right.
Is there an objection to the
there
motion?
is an objection, and
So all those in favor
not
of
fair.
going back to chapter 12 to correct a misreading of the vote on a reconsideration, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion fails. There's only 7. I believe we counted properly this time. Okay? So the motion has failed. So now we are in severability.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I brought up the point about on page 79, there was supposed to be language that was proffered to address subsection B and C in the DRT section. So remember the money that was appropriated
Yes.
was going to hold
Senator,
division.
I can address that. We have gotten a message from Reverend Tax. They are okay with the language that's in.
Oh, they are?
and yes, they are.
Okay. All right.
We have, I believe that, Senator Teichman, can you confirm that? I believe that you were the one who notified me. Or maybe it's my staff. We were notified by Reverend Tax that the director is okay with the language and can work with it. Senators, we are now in severability. You'd like to amend severability, Senator Burnett? A moment of levity. Severability is closed. We are in recess. Majority Leader, Senator Lujan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I motion to rise on the Committee of the Whole with a recommendation to place Bill number 266-38 CRR in the third reading file.
On the motion to rise Committee of the Whole to place 266-38 as amended on the third reading file, is there any objections? Seeing hearing none, motion carries. We are in recess.
Legislature is back from recess. Senator Duane, sir, you're recognized.
Susmasi, Mr. Chair, at this time, I motion that we place Bill 266-38 as amended by the committee and substitute on the floor to the third reading file for voting.
Hang on.
Thank you.
Let's make this proper. 1 minute recess. Back from recess. Senator Duane, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to report back to the body after deliberations on Bill number 266-38 COR as amended by the Committee of the Whole, the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole to place in the third reading file.
On the motion to place the bill in third reading file, are there any objections? There is an objection. There is an objection. Okay. All those in favor of placing Bill 266-38 COR as amended and further amended on the floor, please indicate by raising your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Motion passes. Colleagues, to give the clerks time to be able to engross the bill, we're going to go ahead and recess this until 10 a.m. on Monday. 10 a.m. on Monday, okay? For voting. We're going to vote on this bill at 10 a.m. on Monday. We are in recess.